Section 27 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Schmidt. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland. Chapter 27. When Traveling. The selection of proper receptacles for one's baggage is the first point to be considered in making preparations for a journey. The trunk makers offer great variety in the material, quality, and price of their wares. The indispensable requisite of a trunk, whatever be the material of its composition, is that it shall be strong. Look well to hinges, lock, and corners before buying. A trunk that will not stand wear and tear is not worth having. One need not purchase an expensive trunk, but one cannot afford to purchase a cheap one. The material employed must be good, though the appearance need not be luxurious. If one can afford the price, one may find trunks where separate trays are provided for each gown, or where, indeed, frocks may be hung at full length, and come forth at the end of a journey as they might come from my lady's closet. But for those who cannot or do not care to put sizable sums of money into the carriers of their clothes, there are good sensible receptacles at a moderate price. A steamer trunk, by reason of its shape and size, is a convenient, general-purpose piece of baggage and is especially to be commended for short journeys. The traveling bag. The bag one selects has much to do with one's comfort in traveling. It should be large enough to hold a night robe, a kimono, one's toilet articles, also an extra shirt waist and a change of underclothing in case of detention. The size of the bag is important. It must not be so large that it is a burden to carry if necessity compels. It must not be so small that the articles mentioned may not rest comfortably and without crowding within. As with trunks, so in bags, one finds a large variety in values. It pays to get a good bag of nice leather, conveniently arranged for carrying the articles necessary to one's comfort. Such a bag, one that pleases the eye and in which one may find one's things without a distracting search for them, gives an amount of satisfaction to a traveler beyond the power of words to convey. One of the most acceptable gifts that can be made to a person who is not of the stay-at-home type is a generously fitted traveling bag. As thousands of bags are made precisely alike, the stamping of one's initials at the end or side may save time and trouble. Dressing for a journey. One should wear dark, inconspicuous clothing in traveling, and of a weight suitable to the season of the year. Beflowered hats, light gowns, light gloves, unless these are washable, and jewelry are in the worst of taste and proclaim the unsophisticated or the parvenu. To be dressed comfortably and modestly is the aim of the experienced traveler. In summer, a dark silk dress of light weight with a silk raincoat makes an ideal traveling costume, as neither holds dust. A woman so attired will arrive at the end of her journey in much better condition than her less experienced companion who clings to white blouses. If a fresh veil and a pair of white gloves are tucked into her bag to be put on at the last moment, she will be charmingly immaculate. A black silk bag for the protection of one's hat is a good idea, though most Pullmans supply paper sacks for this purpose. If possible, it is well on a journey to carry with one something more in the way of money than one's traveling expenses. One cannot tell what emergency may arise or what unexpected demands may be made upon one. Many women carry the funds not immediately in use in some sort of pocket fastened on or made into the petticoat they wear. One can buy very pretty separate pockets of this sort made of leather, or one can make them of a stout silk fastened down by a clasp on the flap. Elaborate preparation in caring for one's wealth is the penalty a woman pays for being without pockets in her clothes. While it is wise for her to put the funds unnecessary for immediate use in some such safe place as that described, she should not keep articles which she may be at any moment called upon to deliver, in a spot which it is embarrassing for her to reach. Train conductors and baggage agents have many a grin and sly smile over the women who must reach under their petticoat before she can deliver up ticket and trunk checks. An amusing instance of this over-caution, so much more characteristic of women than of men, occurs to the writer. An acquaintance, starting on a European voyage, took the most elaborate means for the hiding of her valuables upon her person. In transit, she stayed the night at a New York hotel and woke in the morning to discover, to her horror, that she had slept all night with the door of her room unlocked and the key on the outside. A considerable amount of change in a separate purse from one's bills is a convenience and a safeguard. Making acquaintances. A man may, if he chooses, make acquaintances on a journey, and a woman also, though with less frequency and freedom. The exigencies of travel may sometimes make it pleasant for her to render or receive aid from another woman or possibly a man, and this may be the starting point for acquaintance. As a usual thing, it is best for a young girl traveling alone to avoid all communication with strangers, as she cannot know into what complications it may lead her. Comfort in a Pullman. If one is making a journey that compels night travel, one must secure one's section or half section in the Pullman or sleeper beforehand. In order to get good accommodations, it is well to do this several days in advance. The difficulty of getting into an upper berth makes most women choose the lower, though it is more costly and decidedly stuffier. When one climbs aboard a train, the porter follows with one's belongings, finds one section or half section, and deposits the hand luggage in its place. Some travelers are very thoughtless in appropriating more than their share of the space appointed for wraps, bags, etc. If one has paid for a half section only, one has no right to take more than that, unless the other half of the section remains unsold. When a traveler wishes his bed made up, he should summon the porter and so declare. Usually, an electric bell between the windows of his section will enable him to call the porter at any time. If the traveler is a woman and is for any reason dissatisfied with her berth or section, she may consult with the porter about a change which, if the car is not full, he is often able to arrange for her. For instance, if a woman having a lower section finds that the upper is to be occupied by a man, it is often possible, by the payment of a small sum to the porter, to move her quarters. The timid traveler. Dressing for the night. Many women who find themselves compelled for the first time to take a sleeping car feel timid at the prospect. But the process is simple though not necessarily comfortable. Once behind the curtains, a woman may remove all her clothing precisely as she does at home if she feel equal to the physical ordeal of putting it on again in a crowded space in the morning to the accompaniment of rapid motion and the nausea it often induces. Unless one is a good traveler, it may be preferable to remove one's dress, pinning the skirt to the inside of the curtain to save its freshness, putting small articles in the swinging hammock next to the windows, and for the rest merely loosening bands. Directly above the head one will find in all first-class trains a button that when pressed will give a light by which one can read or which will help one the better to endure an hour of nervous wakefulness. A small bottle of brandy or spirits of ammonia is carried by delicate women to ward off train sickness. A woman should not hesitate to summon the porter for extra covers, a glass of water, or any other service that contributes to her real comfort. To send for him with too great frequency shows lack of experience and consideration. If one is to be called before daylight, it is wise to give one's self ample time for dressing, and so the porter should be instructed to call one at a certain time considerably ahead of the hour for leaving the train. Experienced women travelers do not don white night dresses in sleeping cars, but keep a dark silk robe for this purpose, ensuring equal comfort and a better appearance in case of illness or accident. There are many small offices for which one may call upon the porter if so inclined. One must, however, keep it in mind that he should be rewarded proportionately at the end of the journey after he has performed his last office of brushing one off. 25 cents is the usual amount given to him for the services rendered in 24 hours. An occasional wary traveler bestows his tip for the first rather than the last service. If a porter appears sullen, this method will be found to have advantages. Before leaving one's berth in the morning, one should, as far as possible, get into one's undergarments over which one slips a bathrobe or kimono before going to the toilet room. One should take with one to the toilet comb, brush, toothbrush, clothesbrush, washcloth, a cake of soap (it is never wise to use the public cake), and the gown one intends wearing, with its accessories. All the toilet articles should be carried in a silk waterproof companion, or better still, in a crash apron with rubber-lined pockets for soap and towels, to be tied about the waist. Arrived there, one should be as expeditious as possible in order not to keep others waiting. One woman's selfishness in outstaying her time in the toilet room may keep 10 others in misery. It is not the time and place for a complete bath. Nowhere is the quality of true courtesy more needed than in the toilet room of a Pullman. When one has finished one's ablutions, combed one's hair, and fastened one's gown, one should clean the basin and place the soiled towels out of the way. When one leaves the room, it should be ready for the next comer. In the dining car, when the announcement is made that breakfast, dinner, or luncheon, as the case may be, is served, the passenger makes his way to the diner. If this is crowded, he must wait his time patiently and with courtesy to those about him. Sometimes the meal is served à la carte, literally by the card, in which case a separate charge is made for each article on the bill of fare or menu. Menu, by the way, is pronounced menu, not menu, as one often hears it. Many dining cars serve meals table d'hôte, and for these a fixed charge of $1 is made. Some train dinners are very good indeed, others are execrable. If a dish is particularly bad and one complaint does not produce a better, the diner should not browbeat his waiter, who is not to blame, but may, if he choose, speak to the steward in charge. Having been served, he should fee the waiter. The usual fee is 1/10 the price of the meal, though men, more frequently than women, give more than this. Arriving at a hotel. Arrival in a strange city is bewildering to a person who has traveled little. There are always, however, in the city railway stations, bureaus of information where one may find out the necessary things. If one is desirous of a cab, one may discover there the most trustworthy line, or, if a car is wanted, what direction one must take to find the proper one. Usually the traveler, if intending to go to a hotel, will have made himself acquainted, before arrival in the city, with the relative value and expense of the different ones. A person is much better treated at such places if he writes or telegraphs ahead for accommodations. A woman should choose the side entrance, if there is one, as this is reserved for ladies. If a woman arrives in a strange city, unaccompanied, it is sometimes difficult for her to get the hotel accommodations she desires. At some hotels they will not admit unaccompanied women after nightfall. Under these circumstances, the traveler would better go to hostelries established by the Young Women's Christian Association, where she may feel certain of the character of the place and entertainment. These places invariably require that one shall be introduced, and one will do well, therefore, to take a letter from one's clergyman. The length of one's stay is usually limited, but it is sufficient for the ordinary holiday or shopping visit. The unaccompanied woman. If you are arriving in a city and expect to be met, do not, if you can possibly avoid it, take a train that pulls in at an unearthly hour of the night or early morning. If you must take such a train, tell your hostess that she is not to meet you, that you will stay the night at a downtown hotel, or at least will take a carriage. An intelligent woman need have no fear of danger in arriving in a strange city alone. She may possibly be annoyed by a bold stare, even by a question, but the chances are that if she be quiet in dress and manner, she will not suffer even inconvenience. Policemen and station officials are always willing to answer the questions of perplexed travelers. A little fee sometimes helps them speak more eloquently. It is not wise to depend upon the chance passer-by for information. The person whose business it is to inform you is not likely to tell you what is untrue. Of him you have a right to expect something. Of others you have a right to expect nothing, and you may come in for less than the value of your expectations. On board a boat. The general etiquette of steamboat travel does not differ from that on board a train. Boat travel is of a more leisurely sort and begets somewhat less formality as relates to one's fellow travelers. Otherwise, the rules of behavior are the same. As a parting injunction to the traveler, let me say, don't look worried, cross, and over-careful, even if you feel that way. Courtesy to subordinates will win you attention and service, will straighten out your difficulties more quickly than any other method. If you take the ills of traveling with some sense of humor, with a give-and-take spirit, you will get more than the benefit of the money your journey may cost you. If you do not carry an elastic spirit with you, the finest trip that ever was planned will bring you little return. Chaperones in Europe. A woman who travels abroad must remember that the rules of chaperonage are much stricter in Europe than they are in this country, and that she is expected to have a companion or a maid. If she wishes to dispense with these, she must reconcile herself to foregoing social invitations. If she makes inquiry, she can always learn of particularly desirable pensions, where she may count on finding among the guests a congenial person to accompany her on many of her short excursions. On board the steamship, the luckiest passengers in the dining salon are those who are fortunate enough to be allotted seats at the captain's table. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland and Virginia van de Water. Chapter 28. In Sports. Sport, scientists tell us, is a relic of prehistoric pursuits, and the so-called sporting instinct is a stirring of the primeval nature within civilized breasts. Perhaps that is why more people forget the first tenets of good breeding when competing in various forms of outdoor exercise than in nearly all the other walks of life put together. The man who would view with an amiable smirk the spilling of a glass of Burgundy over his white waistcoat at a dinner will often exhibit babyish rage at the breaking of a favourite golf club or the stupidity of a caddie. The girl whose self-control permits her to smile and murmur, "It's really of no consequence," when a dance partner's foot tears 3 yards of lace off her train, will seldom show the same calm good humour when her opponent at tennis serves balls that are too swift and too hard driven for her to return. There are many concrete and a few general rules for behaviour in sport of all sorts, the observance or neglect of which denotes the thoroughbred or the boor far more accurately than would a week full of ordinary routine. The general rules apply to every form of sport. They are, briefly: first, last, and always, keep your temper. Remember the word sport means pastime. When it becomes a cause of annoyance or impatience, or an occasion for loss of temper, it misses its true aim, and you are not worthy to continue it. Remember the other man. Second, the other fellow has quite as much right to a good time as you have. Do not play selfishly, or vaunt your superiority over him. In all contests show no elation at victory or chagrin at defeat. This is the first and great law. Its observance differentiates the true sportsman from the mere sporting man. Third, play fairly. The man or girl who will take an undue advantage of any description over an opponent not only breaks the most sacred rules of good breeding, but robs himself or herself of the real enjoyment of the game. Fourth, no sport in which people of breeding can participate demands loud talking, ill-bred language or actions, or the abridgment of any of the small sweet courtesies of life. To sum up, good breeding, fairness, self-control, and patience are needful equipments. Without any and all of these, no man or woman should take part in sports. The golf player. Golf, perhaps, more than any other outdoor pastime, demands a thorough and judicious blend of the foregoing qualities. The old story of the Scottish clergyman, whose conscience would not allow him to continue both golf and the ministry, and who, therefore, abandoned the latter, was of course an exaggeration, but the idea it expresses is by no means absurd. When a crowd of people throng the links, when novice and adept, crank and mere exercise-seeker are jumbled together in seeming confusion, it is not always easy to keep a cool head, a sweet temper, and a resolution neither to give nor to take offence. Many a golf player errs in behaviour less through ill intent than through heedlessness and ignorance of what the etiquette of the occasion demands. Such enthusiasts may profit by the ensuing rules, which cover the more salient points of decorum, and which may enable the beginner to avoid many a pitfall. When two players drive off from the tee, they should always wait until the couple in front of them have made their second shot and walked off from it. Thus confusion is averted, and the proper distance maintained. It is a simple rule, but one often broken. 3 players should always let a pair of players pass them. Not only should they grant the desired position, but they should offer to do so before the question, "May we pass?" can be asked. The pair in question should, in case such permission is not volunteered, ask politely to be allowed to move forward. The yell of "4" is all the strict rules of the game demand, but the rules of breeding should come first. A single player must give way to all larger parties. This is but fair, since golf is pre-eminently a match, and those actively engaged in the contest should have the right of way over a man who is merely practising. The single player must recognise and yield with good grace. If he desires unobstructed practice, let him choose some time when the links are vacant. On the putting green. Never drive on the putting green when other players are there putting out. Players should not neglect to get off the green the moment they have holed out. The place is not intended as an isle of safety or a club-house corner where scores may be computed, gossip exchanged, or the work of others watched. If you are at the tee waiting for others to drive off, never speak, cough, or in any way distract the attention of the player who is addressing the ball. Inconsiderate or ill-bred people in this way spoil hundreds of good drives and thousands of good tempers every year. When a man and a woman are playing golf, the latter should always be allowed to proceed on the following drive off from the first tee. A man playing against a woman should not allow himself to get too far ahead of her. Do not leave her to plod on alone. This same rule applies when playing with another man. Do not go after the ball after a drive until your opponent drives. Then walk together in pursuit. Never go ahead of your partner. Avoid haste in golf. Use no undue haste in golf. Never run. If you are not employing a caddy, always offer to carry the clubs of the woman with whom you are playing. In the same circumstances offer to make the tee from which she is to drive off. It is optional with her whether or not to accept your offer. When you have no caddy, allow players who have caddies to pass you. They will go faster than you and should have the right of way. Never make unfavorable criticisms of others' play. Never, above all, laugh at any of their blunders. When motoring. Automobiling has so increased in popularity that it is almost a national pastime, and with its growing favour has sprung up a noxious and flourishing crop of bad manners. There seems to be something about the speed, the smell of gasoline, or the sense of superiority over slower vehicles that robs many an otherwise well-bred automobilist of all consideration. Yet the utmost consideration is due, not only to mere mortals, but to fellow motormen. Common humanity, as well as civility, should always prompt a chauffeur to stop at sight of a disabled car and to ask if he can be of assistance, to offer the loan of any necessary tools or extra gasoline, or even, if necessary, to volunteer a tow. Do not presume on the community of interests to address the chauffeur or passengers of a passing car any more than the passengers of one ordinary vehicle would address those of another. Do not stare at another's car, nor, if at a standstill, examine the mechanism. This is the height of rudeness. The fact that you are so lucky as to own a car gives you no license to investigate the workings of another man's machine, or in other ways to make yourself obnoxious. When passing a car of inferior horsepower, do not choose that moment to exhibit your own greater speed. Be careful also not to give such a car your dust, nor, as far as you can avoid, to sicken its occupants with the smell of your motor's gasoline. Do not boast of the phenomenal runs you have made. You are not a record holder, and when you become one, the newspapers will gladly exploit the fact without any viva voce testimony from you. When meeting a horse vehicle, watch closely to see if the horse shows signs of fear. If he does, completely stop your car, and if the driver of the horse be a woman, dismount and lead the horse past your car. Do not violate the speed ordinance. The ordinance was made for public safety, not to spite you. Do not frighten animals or pedestrians, nor carelessly steer too near to some farmer's livestock which may happen to be in the road. Remember the owner of the chickens or dogs you may run over is helping to pay for the smooth road you are traversing. The road is partly his, and you are in a measure his guest. Rules for tennis. Tennis offers fewer opportunities for breaks than do many other of the sports of the hour. Yet good breeding is here as necessary as when playing any other game. If you have a woman for a partner, and it is her serve, do not neglect to pick up and hand her the balls before each service. Second her more carefully than if she were a man, and take charge of extra ball for her. If a woman is your opponent, remember that she has not the strength and endurance of a man. Serve gently. Do not slam balls over the net at cannonball speed and force. Oppose only moderate strength to her lesser power. Give her the benefit of the doubt in case of a let, or when the ball may or may not be over the back line. In double service, do not serve the second ball until she has recovered her position from pursuing the first. The choice of rackets should also, of course, be hers, and any work, such as putting up the nets, hunting the lost ball, and so on, devolves on you. The yachtsman as host. The yachtsman is of two classes: the man who delights in the danger and seamanship incident on a cranky windjammer in a heavy sea, and the man whose boat is a floating clubhouse. Both types are prone to forget at times that their guests are not so enthusiastic as themselves, that they may be nervous or inclined to seasickness, and that the amusements of their host may not always appeal to them. The man who would never think of causing inconvenience to a guest on land will show impatience or lack of sympathy at the same guest's timidity or mal de mer when afloat. The same rules of behaviour that obtain between host and guest ashore should prevail on the yacht. The tastes of the latter should be as scrupulously considered, and his or her likes and dislikes be as considerately met. Canoeing. Similar laws of social usage apply to boating and canoeing. The fool that rocks the boat has received so many warnings, and such just and wholesome condemnation, that there is no use wasting further words on him. No man who values the safety and comfort of his companion will do anything to imperil either. A man should always offer to row, but should give the girl who is with him the option of doing so if she wishes. He should hold the boat steady for her and assist her to embark, having previously arranged the cushions in the stern and made all the other possible plans for her comfort. The course they are to take should always be left to her choice, and her wishes should be consulted in every way. A girl would also do well to remember that the man who has taken her boating is doing all the work and is trying to give her a pleasant time. She should meet him half-way, and should try to repress any nervousness she might experience in being on the water, and should welcome the opportunity to help when occasionally requested by her skipper to trim boat. Swimming is essentially a man's sport. While many women are good swimmers, they usually lack the strength and endurance to make them men's equals in this line. A man should therefore be careful to avoid overtaxing the strength of the girl who is swimming with him, should be content to remain near the shore if she so desire, and in surf-bathing should lift her over the breakers or try to shield her from their force. In teaching others to swim, infinite patience, good temper, and tact are needful. Allow for the nervousness and awkwardness which are almost inseparable attributes of beginners. Driving and riding. In driving, always ask your companion if she or he would prefer to handle the reins. Do not, by bursts of speed, or by fights with a fractious horse, endanger the safety or composure of your guest. In riding horseback, never remain mounted when addressing some friend who is on foot. If your initial salute is to be followed by any conversation, dismount and remain on foot while you take your leave. In helping a girl to the saddle, extend your hand that she may place her left foot in the palm, and on the same instant that you raise the hand she will spring into the saddle. Always adjust the curb and snaffle, hand them to her, and arrange her riding habit before you mount your own horse. Cross-saddle riding for women is now so common that it is generally accepted. Still, a girl who makes a visit where she expects to ride should make sure her hostess approves this method before she adopts it. Those who hold that a lady should use a side saddle feel strongly on the subject. Good breeding in games. There are countless pitfalls for the unwary in all forms of sport, but none that cannot be readily bridged by consideration for others, by good temper, and by the commonest rules of breeding. One general rule for all sports and games is, do not take part unless you can play reasonably well. To do so otherwise is sure to embarrass you, and to interfere with the pleasure of others. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by TracyB. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland. Chapter 29. Mrs. Newlyrich and her social duties. We have ridiculed our newly rich woman's fads, pretensions, and failures so sharply and for so long that we find it hard to do justice to the solid virtues she often possesses. The average specimen is fair game, and we, one and all, from the gentlest to the most sarcastic, unite in setting her down. Except perhaps the mother-in-law, no other woman supplies fun makers with such abundant and cheap material. She might retaliate on her persecutors more frequently than she does by attributing much of the ridicule, fine and coarse, heaped on her to envy far meaner than the meanest of her pretensions. Thus much for the average specimen at her worst. The exceptions to the ignoble parvenue are numerous enough to form a class by themselves. It is not a disgrace in this country of dizzying down-sittings and bewildering uprisings for miner, mechanic, merchant, or manufacturer to make money fast. It is to his credit when he insists that the girl who was poorer than himself when they were married, and who has kept him at his best physical and mental estate ever since by wise management of their modest household, making every dollar do the work of $1.25 while feeding and clothing her family, should get the full benefit of his changed fortunes. In house, furniture, clothing, company, and what he names vaguely a good time generally, he means that she shall ruffle it with the bravest of her associates. He means also that these associates shall be in accord with his means. And the intention need not be in vain. A woman who is by instinct a lady, and who is at all clever in observing the little things she lacks and acquiring them, will find herself received by as many delightful people as she has time for. And inwardly she may take courage from a witty woman's remark, "I'd as soon be the newly rich as the always poor." Mr. Newlyrich. However, the odds are all against the chances that our worthy money-maker himself will conform his personal behavior to the new conditions. Husbands of this type leave all that sort of thing to wives and daughters and make the social advancement of these women harder thereby. Not the least formidable obstacle in their upward journey is the stubborn fact that your father is quite impossible. Social polish. Men as a whole do not take polish readily. As John Newlyrich did not wear a dress coat before he was 21, he is seldom quite at ease in a swallow tail at 40. As a millionaire of 50, he rebels against the obligation to wear it to the family dinner every evening in the week. If he has read Dickens, which is hardly likely, he echoes Mrs. Boffin's, "Lor, let us be comfortable." He butters a whole slice of bread, using his knife trowel-wise, and if busy talking of something that interests him particularly, he lays the slice upon the cloth during the troweling. He cuts up his salad and makes the knife a good second to a fork while eating fish. Loyal to the memories of early life, he never gets over the habit of speaking of dinner as supper, and observes in conversation at a fashionable reception, "As I was eating my dinner at noon today," in like absent-mindedness, he tucks his napkin into his collar to protect the expanse of shirt front exposed by the low-cut waistcoat of his dress suit. He says "sir" to his equals and addresses facetious remarks to the butler, or draws the waitress into conversation while meals are going on. Anxious wife and despairing daughters are grateful if he does not put his knife into his mouth when off guard. Trifles, are they? Not to the climbers, who are exercised thereby. They are gravel between the teeth, and pebbles in the dainty footwear of Mrs. Newlyrich. The history of her social struggles would be incomplete without the mention of this drawback. She has learned the bylaws of social usage by heart, and loving and loyal wife though she is, she sometimes loses patience with John for not doing the same. proper social aspiration. In this, and in many other social perplexity, more or less grievous, our heroine has our sympathy and deserves our respect. We use the word heroine advisedly. We have put the wealthy, pushing vulgarian, who is part of the stock company of caricature and joke right, entirely out of the question. She has her sphere and her reward. Our business is with the woman of worthy aspirations and innate refinement, raised by a whirl of fortune's wheel, from decent poverty to actual wealth. She has a natural desire to mingle on equal terms with the better sort of rich people. She is glad of her wealth, but not purse-proud. It has introduced her to another world. Of her social life, it may be truly said that old things have passed away and all things have become new. It would be phenomenal if she fitted at once and easily into it. Money has bought her a fine house, and for money, the artistic upholsterer has furnished it. Money has hired a staff of servants, whereas up to now, a maid of all work was her sole help. Elegance in speech. Money does not enable her to master the shibboleth that would be her passport to the land she would possess, and to mangle it into sibboleth, as the least sophisticated of us know, means social slaughter at the passages of Jordan. One's speech and manner of speaking are of the first importance socially, and fortunately it is not difficult to improve them if one earnestly determines to do so. One may frankly take private lessons, or one may learn much by listening closely to the talk of people of high social finish. One should not, however, imitate slavishly or attempt the impossible. To use the broad A gracefully, one must either have been born to it or assiduously trained in one's younger days. Otherwise, it is bound to seem an affectation. An error heard with surprising frequency, even from well-educated people, is the use of don't for doesn't. In Sesame and Lily's Ruskin remarks, a false accent or mistaken syllable is enough in the parliament of any civilized nation to assign a man to a certain degree of inferior standing forever. This is an extreme statement, of course, but there is much truth in it. One thing Mrs. Newlyrich sometimes mistakenly permits is the correcting of her grammatical blunders and her husband's by their better educated children. To allow this shows a wrong sense of proportion. It is infinitely more important for a child to respect his parents and to show them respect than that the laws of Lindley Murray be observed. As to foreign phrases, seldom use a foreign phrase even if you have perfectly mastered its meaning and pronunciation. The well of English undefiled is usually sufficient for all needs. People who constantly sprinkle their conversation and letters with dictionary, French, or Latin lay themselves open to the charge of affectation. Certain foreign words, once accorded their original pronunciation, are now habitually anglicized. One of the commonest of these is valet, which is now spoken as if it were an ordinary English word. Engage no servant who patronizes you. Give your maids to understand at the outset that you are the head of the house and know perfectly well what you want each one to do and how your household is to be run. Be kind with all, familiar with none. They are your severest critics. Never speak to them of your husband by his Christian name. Your daughter should be Miss Mary and your son Master John in this connection. Breakfast is on. Luncheon is ready, dinner is served, are the correct formulas that you should require at the announcement of a meal. Assert yourself with dignity, never defiantly. Your servants have nothing to do with your past or with anything connected with your personal history beyond the present relation existing between you and them. They will discuss and criticize you below stairs and on evenings out, and in the event of changing their place to the next mistress who will stoop to listen to them. They would do the same were you a princess with a 1,000-year-old pedigree. Stand in your lot and be philosophical. You cannot be too punctilious in not questioning them about how things were done in other houses in which they have been employed. Every such query will be construed into ignorance and diffidence. Be a law unto yourself and unto them. Words to be avoided. Learn to speak of your maid or maids, not of your girl. If you have two, call one the cook and the other the housemaid. Girl is in itself a perfectly good word, but it has, like some other good words, as genteel, become debased by getting into indifferent company. In referring to your family, avoid the word folks, which has been decreed inelegant. Substitute folk or people. Do not overwork the word lady. Never speak of a sales lady, though this does not mean that any particular girl or woman serving behind a shop counter may not be a lady in every essential of the word. Train yourself in the nice distinctions that dictate when one shall say woman or lady, when man and when gentleman. The terms lady friend or gentleman friend are never to be used. Never say excuse me. Leave that to the person who calls herself a sales lady. Social awkwardness. Yet you must learn how the people live whom you would meet upon common ground, as old to them as it is new to you. You blush in confessing that you are bewildered as to the order in which the various forks are to be used that lie beside your plate at the few state dinners you attend. Entrees are many, and some appallingly unfamiliar. You wonder mutely what these people would think of you if they knew that you were never taken in to dinner by a man until tonight, and how narrowly you watch the hostess or the woman across the way before you dare advance upon the course set before you. Dreading awkward stiffness that would betray preoccupation, you attract attention by a show of gaiety unlike your usual behavior and unsuited to time and place. Should you make a mistake, such as using a spoon instead of the ice cream fork, you are abashed to misery. Don't apologize, however gross the solecism. In 18 times out of 20, nobody has noticed the misadventure. In 20 cases out of a score, if it were observed, you are the one person who would care a picayune about it, or ever think of it again. Another cardinal principle is to learn to consider yourself as a minute, fractional part of society. When your name is bawled out by usher or footman at a large party, it sounds like the trump of doom in your unaccustomed ears. To your excited imagination, all eyes are riveted upon you. In point of fact, you are of no more consequence to the eyes, ears, and minds of your fellow guests than the carpet that seems to rise to meet your uncertain feet. Stubborn conviction of your insignificance is the first step that counts in acquisition of well-mannered composure among your fellows. Making acquaintances. In forming new acquaintances, be courteous in the reception of advances, and slow in making them until you have reason to think that you are liked for yourself, and not because your husband represents 6 or, it may be 7 numerals. There are sure to be dozens of critics who will accuse you of parading these figures, as vessels fly bunting in entering a strange harbor. Stamp on your mind that adventitious circumstance has nothing to do with the worth of you, yourself. For a long while after you embark upon your new life, be watchful and studious, yet covertly, lest your study be noted. Return calls promptly, sending in the right number of cards and bearing yourself in conversation with gentle self-possession. Never be flattered by any attention into a flutter of pleasure. Above all, do not be obsequious, Be the person who honors you by social notice a multimillionaire or the chief magistrate of these United States. Servility is invariably vulgarity. Familiarity is, if possible, a half-degree more repulsive. Self-respect and a wholesome oblivion of dollars and cents are a catholicon amid the temptations of your novel sphere. If you chance to entertain someone who is still as obscure as you were once yourself, avoid all temptation to make a display or to be patronizing. "I am so glad you could come tonight," effusively commented such a hostess to one of her guests. "I know you go out so seldom." The guest in question showed by her silence that she did not relish being publicly reminded that she was of limited social opportunities. Avoid novelties. When you begin to entertain in your turn, avoid scrupulously startling effects and novelties of all kinds. Until you are used to the task, be strictly conventional in arrangements for your guests' reception and pleasure. Let floral decorations and souvenirs be modest and tasteful. Mantels banked with orchids, boutonnieres of hothouse roses at $1 apiece, and cases of expensive jewelry as favors may express a generous hospitality on your part and a desire to gratify the acquaintances you would convert into friends. They will surely be set down to ostentatious display of means that few of the guests possess. Help from books. There are manuals of etiquette which will keep you from open solecisms in social usages. Follow their rules obediently, curbing all disposition to originality, for a while at least. If possible, keep the greedy society reporter at a distance without angering her. Do not give away the list of those invited, much less the menu. As Dick Fanshaw's eulogist said of men who jump upon their mothers, "Some does, you know." Some even send into the newspapers unsolicited descriptions of their entertainments, with lists of guests to the amusement of the editorial office. These mistakes give occasion to the aforementioned cartoonists and joke vendors to deride the name of hospitality dispensed by the Newlyrich clan. Let the aforesaid manual of etiquette be followed with obedience, but not with servile and unthinking obedience. Unfortunately, it is true that the person unaccustomed to precise social regulations and to a formal manner of living is inclined to consider the rules governing such life as arbitrary, inexplicable, and mysterious. If the uninitiated woman will disabuse herself of this idea, she has taken a long step in the right direction. Once you accept the fact that there is reason behind the forms employed by society, it will not be long before you will be searching for the reason itself. The laws governing the conventional world will then acquire for you a meaning that will make adherence to them simple and natural instead of stiff and mechanical. Learn to discriminate. The matter of discriminating properly in questions of taste is a thing much more difficult to learn than the set and definite rules governing definite exigencies of social life. Yet taste in clothes, taste in the objects surrounding one, taste in all matters with which expenditure is concerned, this is a necessity in the attainment of any social position worthy of the name. In this direction, something may be gained by observation, though not until the eye is sufficiently trained to make it a trustworthy guide. The sense of beauty is somewhat a matter of cultivation, and its application to everyday life is the result of experience and judgment. Do not imagine that a color is becoming to you merely because you happen to like it. Do not buy a chair or a couch simply because the one or the other may happen to please your fancy. The color you wear, the furniture you buy, must have reference, the one to your appearance and the other to its surroundings. Consulting authorities. When one is unversed in these matters, it is best to submit problems to an authority. It is wiser to allow a clever modiste to select the color, style, and material of one's gown than to do it oneself. It is better to put the scheme of decoration for your house into the hands of some accomplished person educated to that end than to attempt it yourself. In large cities, persons competent in this matter of household decoration may easily be found, people whose business it is to act as paid agents of the more beautiful and aesthetic way. Many architects have in their employ persons who are capable of advising as to the interior decoration and of superintending the work. If one is resident in a small place, the difficulty is obviated by the intelligent aid offered to the questioner through the columns of better magazines devoted to aesthetics as applied to everyday living. The advice given in the best of these publications is conscientious, careful, expert advice. One especial point in the house furnishing is worth noting. Do not crowd your beautiful Oriental rugs together, but leave a surface of polished floor about each. Rugs are floor pictures and should have frames as well as wall pictures do. The effect of putting them close upon one another, although seen in many houses otherwise well ordered, is inartistic. As to lion hunting, Mrs. Newlyrich is frequently criticized for her frequent fondness for lion hunting. This is not always fair. If she hunt because of the glory she hopes to heap on herself, she deserves ridicule. But if she do it in the spirit of genuine appreciation and a desire to give a rare pleasure to her friends, she performs a real service to art and to society and merits praise for her courage and kindness, not censure. If the woman who is now wealthy was once a trained nurse or a stenographer, do not let her be ashamed of the fact now. If she is frank and simple about the matter, sensible people will respect her for having been honorably employed. If she tries to hide the truth, everyone will despise her for it. If she avoid the phrase, and the thought back of it, so often heard getting into society, and will remember that all gentle aspiring persons are already members of the best society, she will be helped to steer her bark aright. Beware of any person who attempts to exploit you for revenue only. On the other hand, if you find someone for who reasons of sincere liking undertakes to show you the social ropes, you will be fortunate. The value of modesty. I have said that it is not your fault that you were not born in the purple. Neither is it of your merit and to your honor that you now walk in silk attire and may freely gratify dreams you would once have considered wildly impossible. A certain steadiness of attitude should be striven for. Don't be like a bell, answering helplessly to every contact. Imitate in your manner that large nobility of Horatio, of whom Hamlet said, "A man that fortune's buffets and rewards has ta'en with equal thanks. They are not a pipe for fortune's finger to sound what stop she please." The best of all books enjoins on the suddenly exalted to be mindful of the pit from whence they were digged. Purse pride is contemptible in its meanness and folly. You are safe from ridicule if you keep this fact in mind. Set up me and mine in pearl type and not in capitals. A final injunction. Do not assume knowledge of what you are really ignorant. To do this is to lay traps for yourself and to multiply embarrassments. Try to forestall the situation by private questioning. If you cannot do this, say frankly that you do not know. End of section 29. Recording by TracyB. Section 30 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by TracyB. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland. Chapter 30. Delicate Points for Our Girl. This chapter is perhaps rather a familiar talk with our girl on the proprieties which she may not recognize as such, than the emphasizing of various points of etiquette. But the violation of the essentials of self-respect is so common that a book of this character should have a chapter devoted to a bit of plain speaking to the young woman of today. We may call her actions, under certain circumstances, a violation of the proprieties, or of etiquette, or of conventionality, or perhaps it is a sin against all three. We are accustomed to seeing the sign, "Hands off," hung upon dainty fabrics, pure, spotless materials that would be injured and stained by the touching of a gloved or bare hand. People who admire the pure beauty of the article thus marked do not resent the sign. They see the wisdom of it and are willing to obey the mandate, for a fabric once soiled never looks the same again. All the chemicals in the country cannot give it the peculiar, pristine freshness that was once its chief beauty. To those who appreciate the beauty of youth, its pure freshness, the thought of its being touched by indiscriminate hands is abhorrent. Keeping a man's respect. We have happily passed the Lydia Languish age, the day in which the young girl was a fragile creature given to fainting and hysterics, clothed in innocence that was ignorance, good because she was afraid to be naughty, or because she was so hedged in by conventionalities that she did not have the opportunity to stray near the outer edge of the pasture bars. In her place, we have a healthy, fearless, clear-eyed young person looking life and its possibilities square in the face. Good, because she knows from observation or hearsay what evil is, and abhors it because it is evil. She is a sister, a chum, a jolly companion to the boy or man with whom she associates. She rides, walks, golfs, or dances with him. She may do, and she does, all these things, and she still keeps his respect. Thus far we go, and then creeps in the sinister question, does she always do this? The answer comes promptly. It is her own fault if she loses any man's respect. To those of us who have outstepped girlhood, who have begun to live deeply these lives of ours that are full of potentialities for good or evil, there comes a keen insight, and with that insight, our outer sight becomes more clear, and sometimes, in looking at young people, we find our hearts and almost our lips crying out, "Don't!" The bloom of the peach. We are not prudes, but the bloom of the peach is beautiful, and once rubbed off, it cannot be replaced. The snow-white fabric is too fair to be carelessly handled. The responsibility of girls. Last winter, I sat in a train seat behind a girl of 18 and a young man a few years her senior. She was pretty and bright. She chatted gaily with her companion, who after a few minutes threw his arm over the back of her seat. To the initiated, it was evidently done as a trial as to whether that kind of thing would be allowed. The girl, intent on the conversation, appeared not to notice the action. In a few moments, the hand resting against the girl's shoulder was laid over the shoulder. The owner flushed, made some laughing protest, but evidently administered no rebuke, as the offending member continued to rest where it was. Then gradually crept up toward her neck. Finally, at some teasing remark of hers, it tweaked her ear. Had the child been older, the look in the man's eyes as he watched the fluctuations of color in her pretty face would have warned her that she was playing with fire, that his respect for her would have been greater had she shown in the beginning that the sign "Hands Off" was on her person, although invisible to the vulgar eye. This is but one of the many instances of the free and easy actions on the part of men permitted by well-meaning girls. In 999 cases out of 1,000, a man will not take a liberty with a girl unless she allows it. Is Bernard Shaw right? I wish girls would bear this fact in mind. Men are what they make them, what they allow them to be. When a young fellow told a man in my presence last week that such and such a girl was a jolly sort, and while out driving, had stopped at a roadhouse with him, gone into the parlor of the house, and taken a glass of ginger ale while he had one of whiskey, I was not surprised that the man of the world to whom he imparted this fact remarked, "Crooked, eh?" That the young fellow, who, had he been older or less easily flattered, would not have related the occurrence, flushed and laughingly denied the allegation, did not alter the fact that the conclusion drawn was inevitable. The young girl may not, probably did not, deserve the stricture passed on her, but by her free and easy behavior she lost something she never can regain. Men may pay attention to girls who ignore the conventionalities, who allow them doubtful liberties, but they like them because they are what they term fun. Such girls are not for those whom men live, for whom they sacrifice bad habits, for whom they look in seeking a wife, and for whom they would bravely give up life if necessary. The true love of a good man is worth winning. It is not won by the girl who lowers herself in the man's eyes. To her might apply the time-worn toast of a man to the new woman, once our superior, now our equal. Another point to which I would draw the attention of our girl is that the man should make the advances, should do the seeking and the courting. To this she would reply, "Why, of course." All girls know that. They may know it theoretically, but does every girl live up to that knowledge? Does she always wait to be sought, to be won, without taking a hand herself at assisting destiny? I think observation will not prove that she does. In this very free and easy age, when men are too busy seeking the elusive mighty dollar to be over-eager to show marked attention to girls, it is often the young woman who pays heed to some of the preliminaries of the courting period. It is frequently she who suggests to a man, after meeting him several times, that she would be glad to have him call. It is she who, when he is going on a journey, asks him if he will not write to her. It is she who asks him for his picture and, on occasion, offers him one of hers. Keeping one's self-respect. It is and has been through the centuries the place of the man to take the initiative in such matters. If he wants to call on a girl, let him, as a rule, have the courage to ask her if he may do so. If he wishes to correspond with her, he should ask her permission to write to her, and if he does none of these things of his own volition, they may go undone. The girl who, through love of admiration or the desire for men's attention, takes these initial steps, loses her self-respect, and unless the man in question be an exceptional instance, awakens in his breast a sensation of amused interest. He is flattered and a bit contemptuous. As time goes on and he likes the girl more and more, that feeling may be forgot, but it is always lying there dormant, and may arise sometime just when the young woman would most wish for respect and love. Men prize that which they have had difficulty in winning. The apple that drops overripe at one's feet is never quite so tempting as that which hangs just beyond reach. It is well for the matter of sex to be put out of mind in many of the dealings between young men and young women, but in the question of loverly attentions it cannot be ignored, and in this matter it is the man, and the man only, who should make advances. It is better for her peace of mind that a girl should never have the marked attention of any man than that she should forget her maidenly dignity in order to acquire it. Such acquisition is certainly not worth the price paid for it. A man must look up to that which he loves, and a hard and fast rule is the slangy one that declares that one does not run after a car when he has already caught it, or when it stands at the corner waiting for him and ready to start or stand at his will. The girls for whom men find life worth living are those who are ideals as well as companions. Hands off. Dear girls, be happy, be merry. Have all the harmless fun that the good God who wishes you to be happy sends your way, but for the sake of the man who may one day seek you and win you, for the sake of the womanhood that he would honor, let all men know that you are labeled hands off and that you are not to be cheaply gained. They will love you better, respect and honor you more for that knowledge. A serious mistake often made by girl students and working girls is taking the men who call on them to their rooms. In most cases, these rooms are fitted up with couches to look much like sitting rooms, but the men know they are not sitting rooms, and the girl who receives men thus suffers for it in name, if not in fact. It is a thing that a self-respecting girl cannot afford to do, even once. If she expects to have men call on her, she must choose a room in a house where she may occasionally have the use of a parlor. The ruling may seem hard, but there is no getting round it. No young girl can afford to accept a luncheon or dinner invitation from a married man, or indeed any attention whatsoever. It does not matter that he may be an old friend of the family. Those who see her may not know this, and even if they do, may not acquit her of harm. For similar seasons, a girl employed as a secretary in a man's office should take care that the relation between her and her employer is purely one of business. Good taste in jest, delicacy in conversation. One of the unfailing tests of good breeding is what one laughs at. Without becoming priggish, a girl should discriminate between what is a fit subject for jest and what is entitled to her reverence. As a rule, jests about birth, death, and marriage are to be avoided. A special word of suggestion must be given in connection with the first of these subjects. If you are to speak of a woman who is to become a mother, say frankly that she is expecting or bearing a child. The euphemisms employed in place of this plain phrase are unspeakably vulgar. It is never vulgar to be frank, if the person and the circumstances justify the introduction of the subject at all. One must often wish for more of the old-fashioned reserve on intimate topics. A critic of modern women said of them recently, "Among themselves, women lose more delicacy than any man could take from them." When one listens aghast to the talk of some modern women, one can but echo the statement. Akin to this unbecoming freedom of speech is the lack of consideration sometimes shown to an expectant mother by her friends. Comments in such instances one would suppose would be recognized as the height of indelicacy, but thoughtlessly and in a spirit of jest. Remarks are made that cause a sensitive person to wince. Unless the mother-to-be confides her sacred expectations, she has every right to have them treated with the respect of silence, and only a vulgar-minded woman will intrude upon her. End of section 30. Recording by TracyB.
Section 31 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland. Our Own and Other People's Children. Constance Fenimore Woolson, in one of her novels, thus describes a discourtesy to which mothers of young children are much given. Talking with a mother when her children are in the room is the most trying thing conversationally. She listens to you with one ear, but the other is listening to Johnny. Right in the midst of something very pathetic you are telling her, she will give a sudden, perfectly irrelevant smile over her baby's last crow, and your best story is hopelessly spoiled because she loses the point, although she pretends she hasn't, while she arranges the sashes of Ethel and Totsie. There is a protest in the paragraph quoted that will find an answering groan in many a heart. Who of us does not wish that mothers of small children would adopt a few rules of ordinary politeness and courtesy, and, when talking to a guest,
Give attention that is not shared and almost monopolized by the child who happens to be present. Parents making the mistake of thinking that their children must be as absorbingly interesting to all visitors and acquaintances as they are to those to whom they belong. This is a vast mistake. No matter how fond one may be of the young of his species, one does enjoy a conversation into which they are not dragged, and talks with more freedom if they are not present. Certainly it is far better for the child to learn to run off and amuse himself than to sit by, listening to talk not meant for his ears. Those of us who were children many years ago were not allowed to make nuisances of ourselves to the extent that children of today do, and surely we were happy. In one home there is a small boy, very good and very affectionate, whose mother cannot receive a caller without the presence of the ubiquitous infant. He sits still, his great eyes fixed upon the face of the caller, and she feels ashamed for wishing that he would get out of the room. Occasionally he varies the monotony by saying, "Mother, don't you want to tell Mrs. Blank about what I said the other day when I was hurt and did not cry?" Or, "Mother, do you think Mrs. Blank would like me to recite my new poem to her?" This may be annoying, but it is still more pitiful. To talk so much to a child and of him in the presence of others that he is a poser at the early age of 5 is cruel to the little one himself. We frown on the old adage which declared children should be seen and not heard, but there are homes in which the guest wishes that they might be invisible as well as inaudible. One mother defers constantly to her 14-year-old son, and allows him to be present during all chats she has with her friends. She says, "You do not mind Will, I am sure. You may say what you like where he is, for he is the soul of discretion, and I talk freely with him." But the visitor does not feel the same confidence in Will, and certainly objects to expressing all her opinions with regard to people and things in his presence. Our own children are intensely interesting. The children of other people are, as a rule, not. Let us, once in a while, put ourselves in the place of another person, and think if we are willing to have that person's child always in the room when we would talk confidentially with her. I think if we are frank, we shall acknowledge that while we do not mind the presence of our own children, we do talk more freely when other people's children are not present. Said a man not long ago, "Mrs. Brown is a marvelous woman. She is one of the most devoted mothers I know. Her children are with her a great part of the time. Yet, whenever I call there, alone or with a friend, a signal from her empties the drawing-room or library of the entire flock of 5 infants, and she is just as much interested in what her callers have to say as if she had no youngsters cruising about in the offing." It is not to be supposed that children are never to be allowed to come into the drawing-room. They should be trained to enter the room, greet the guests politely and without embarrassment, answer frankly and straightforwardly, and to speak when spoken to. Then they should be silent unless drawn into the conversation. The truest kindness is, after a few moments, to let the little ones run away and play with their toys or in the outdoor air. The child who hangs his head shyly and refuses to speak politely to any one who addresses him should be taught the courtesy of friendliness. From the cradle a baby may be taught to see people, and as soon as he is old enough to return a greeting, he must be trained to do so. The only way to make small ladies and gentlemen of children is to teach, first of all, perfect obedience. This is, in this day, an unpopular doctrine, for there is prevalent a theory that the child must be allowed to exercise his individuality, in other words, to do as he pleases. Why the child should develop his individuality and the parents curb theirs may be matter for wonder to those not educated up to this 20th century standard of ethics. If days should speak and multitude of years should teach wisdom, the father and mother are better fitted to dictate to the child than the child to dictate to them. And yet in the average home the last mentioned form of government often prevails. Nothing is more unkind than to allow a child to do always as he pleases, for, as surely as he lives, He must learn sooner or later to yield to authority and to exercise self-control. The earlier the training begins, the easier it will be. The child creeping about the room soon knows that the gentle but firm "no," when spoken by the mother, means that he must not touch the bit of bric-a-brac within reach. And even this lesson will stand him in good stead later on. The basic principle of home government must be love enforced by firmness. A punishment should seldom be threatened, but if threatened, must be given. The time for threat and punishment is not in public. In the parlor, on the train or boat, it is the height of ill-breeding to make a scene and to threaten a punishment of any kind. Were the child properly trained in private, parents and beholders would be spared the humiliating spectacle that too often confronts them in visiting and traveling. One word here as to the child on train or boat. The person who is truly well-bred will not turn and frown on the mother of the tiny baby who, suffering with colic or sore from traveling, is wailing aloud. Of course the sound is annoying, but it is harder on the poor mortified mother than on anyone else. I already hear the question, why doesn't she keep the infant at home then? Frequently she cannot do this. The child may be ill and be on its way to seashore or mountains to gain health, or the mother may be summoned to see some relative and cannot go unless the baby goes too. Whatever the cause of her going, the fact remains that she derives no pleasure from holding a screaming baby, and her discomfort is turned into positive anguish by the disgusted looks of the women and the muttered imprecations of the men. I saw once, under such circumstances, a woman who was an honor to her sex. Opposite her in the train sat a young mother, and in her arms was a fretful, wailing baby. It was evidently the first baby, and the poor girlish mother was white and weary. At every scream the baby gave she would start nervously, change the little one's position, look about at the passengers with an expression of pathetic apology, all the time keeping up a crooning "shh" that produced no effect on the crying atom of humanity. And, as is often the case, the more nervous the mother became, the more nervous did the baby grow, and the louder did he scream. An exclamation of impatience came from a woman seated behind the suffering twain, and, at the same moment, a man in front threw down his paper with a slam and rushed out of the car and into the smoker. Then the woman, who was an honor to her sex, came across from the seat opposite and laid a gentle hand on the mother's shoulder, smiling reassurance in the tear-filled eyes lifted to hers. "My dear," said the soft voice, "you are worn out, and the baby knows it. Let me take him for a minute. No, don't protest. I have had 4 of my own, and they are all too big for me to hold in my arms now. I just long to feel that baby against my shoulder. Give him to me. There now, you poor tired little mother, put your head down on the back of the seat and rest." She took the baby across the aisle, laid him over her shoulder with his head against her cheek, in the comforting way known to all baby lovers, and in 3 minutes the cries had subsided and the baby was asleep in the strong motherly arms, where he lay until Jersey City was reached, and the tired little mother fell into a light slumber too, comforted by the appreciation that she was not alone, nor an intolerable nuisance to all her fellow passengers. Was not such an act as this woman's the perfection of true courtesy, the courtesy that forgets itself in trying to make another comfortable? This same spirit spoken of by St. Paul as "in honor preferring one another" can be inculcated in the children in our homes. The small of the human species are, like their elders, naturally selfish, and must be taught consideration for others. It is the grafting that makes the rose what it is. You may graft a Jacqueminot or Maréchal Niel upon the stump of the wild rose. The grafting, the pruning, and the training are the work of the careful gardener. The mother can never be idle, for, while the stock is there, she does the grafting. Obedience must be taught in small things as well as in great. The tiny child must be taught to remove his hat when he is spoken to give his hand readily in greeting, to say please and thank you, not to pass in front of people or between them and the fire, to say excuse me when he treads on his mother's foot or dress, to rise when she enters the room, and to take off his hat when he kisses her. The mother who insists that her child do these things at home need not fear that he will forget her training when abroad. End of section 31.
Section 32 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland, Our Neighbors. The fact that people live next door to you does not make them your neighbors in the higher and better sense of the word. There may be nothing in their persons or characters to commend them to you, or, for that matter, to commend you to them. Neighborhood, in literal interpretation, signifies nearness of vicinity. You have the right to choose your associates and to elect your friends. Presuming on this truth, dwellers in cities are prone to vaunt their ignorance of and indifference to those who live in the same street, block, and apartment house with themselves. If newly come to what is a kingdom by comparison with their former estate, they make a point of seeking society elsewhere than among residents of their neighborhood. Let us be genteel or die, says Dickens of Mrs. Fielding's struggles to eat dinner with gloves on. Let us be exclusive or cease to live, says Mrs. Upstart, and refuses to learn the names of her neighbors on the right and left. One of the hallmarks of the thoroughbred is his daily application of the maxim, live and let live. His social standing is so firm that a jostle, or even a push from a vulgarian who chances to pass his way, cannot disturb him. When the mongrel cur bayed at the moon kept on shining. If he be a gentleman in heart as well as in blood and name, he has a real interest in people who breathe the same air and tread the same street with himself, interest as far removed from vulgar curiosity in other people's concerns as the gentle curiosity of his demeanor is removed from the familiar bumptiousness of the forward and underbred. Chance salutations. Entering ourself as learners in his school, and we could not study manners in a better, we recognize our neighbors as such. If we live on the same block and meet habitually on the street, a civil bow in passing, a smile to a child, in chance encounters in market or shop, a word of salutation, be it only a good morning, or it is a fine day, or, after a few exchanges of this sort, I hope your family keeps well in this trying weather, are tokens of goodwill and appreciation of the fact that we are dwellers in the same world, town, and neighborhood. Courteous inquiries. None of these minute courtesies which you owe to yourself and to your neighbor lays on you any obligation to call or invite her to call on you. Failure to comprehend this social bylaw often causes heartburnings and downright resentment. You may thus meet and greet a woman living near you every day for 20 years, and if some stronger bond than the accident of proximity does not draw you together, you may know nothing more of her than her name and address at the end of time. Perhaps the address alone. Unless, indeed, casually in the way of fire, personal injury or severe illness makes expedient, and to the humane such expediency is an obligation. Further recognition of the tie of neighborhood. In either of the cases indicated, send to ask after the health of the sufferer, and if you can be of service. If there be a death in the house, a civil inquiry to the same effect and a card of sympathy will commit you to nothing. We are working now on the assumption that each of us has a sincere desire to brighten the pathway of others, to make this hard business of daily living more tolerable. Of all the passive endurances of life, strangerhood is one of the hardest to the sensitive spirit. Your neighbor's heart is lighter because you show that you are aware of her existence and in some sort recognize her identity. She may not be your congener. Your bow and smile remind her that you are her fellow human being. Stranger ships meeting in mid-ocean do not wait to inspect credentials before exchanging salutes. If your neighbor be an acquaintance whom you esteem, do not let her be in doubt on this point. In plantation days. In antebellum days at the South, neighborhood was a powerful bond of sympathy. Miles meant less to them in this respect than so many squares meant to us now. A system of wireless telegraphy connected plantations for an area of many miles. Joy or sorrow set the current in motion from one end to the other. What I have called elsewhere being kitchenly kind was comprehended in perfection in that bygone time, when the house mother sent a pot of preserves to her neighbor with her love, and she would like to know how you all are to-day. It was the outward and substantial sign of the inward grace of loving kindness, and not an imitation that the recipient's preserve closet was not so well stocked as the giver's. When opened hamper and unfolded napkin showed a quarter of a lamb, or a steak, or a roll of homemade sausage meat, enough neighborly love garnished the gift to make it beautiful. Out of fashion nowadays? 'Tis true, 'tis true, 'tis pity, and pity 'tis true. The best people. Enough of the old-time spirit lives among our really best people to justify the kitchenly kind in proffering gifts that presuppose personal liking and active desire to please a neighbor. A cake compounded by yourself, a plate of homemade rolls taken from your own table, a dainty fancy dish of sweets and home manufacture express more of the real thing than a box of confectionery or a basket of flowers put up by a florist. It is the personal touch that glorifies the gift, the consciousness that your neighbor thinks enough of you to give of her time and service for your pleasure. The homemade offering partakes of her individuality and appeals to yours. Neighborliness does not, of necessity, imply familiarity of manner and speech that may become offensive, or a continuous performance of visits, calls, and dropping-ins that must inevitably become a bore, however congenial may be the association. Those friendships last longest where certain decorous forms are always observed, no matter how close the mutual affection may be. Mrs. Stowe, in one of her New England stories, describes the intercourse between two families as sort of an undress intimacy. Reading further, we find that this dishabille companionship involves visits by way of the back door and at all sorts of unconventional hours. Backdoor visiting. Such abandonment of the reserves that etiquette enjoins on every household is a dangerous experiment. The back porch is for family use. Your next-door neighbor may not meddle therewith. Personally, I do not want my own son or my married daughters to enter my house through the kitchen. If you, dear reader, would retain your footing in the house of the friend best loved by you, come in by the front door, and never without announcing your presence as any other visitor would. Steady persistence in this rule will avoid the chances of divers unpleasant possibilities. Your hostess or her husband or grown son may be as much in dishabille as the intimacy which, in your opinion, warrants you in running in and up, without knock or ring. You may happen on a love scene, or a family quarrel, or a girl may be in the hands of the treasure of a hairdresser who shampoos her twice a month with pure water that looks like peroxide of hydrogen, and restores the subject's dark brown tresses to the guiltless flaxen of her forgotten babyhood, or your clattering heels upon the stairway may break the touchy old grandmother's best afternoon nap. There is but one place on earth where it is safe to make yourself perfectly at home, and that is your own house, or apartment, or chamber. End of section 32. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Section 33 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laura Langston. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland. Church and Parish. Theoretically, the Church is a pure democracy, a mighty family. There, if anywhere, the rich and the poor meet together on terms of absolute equality. In that least poetical of pious jingles, "Blessed be the tie that binds," we declare that the fellowship of kindred minds is like to that above. These and other pietistic platitudes, whether tame or tuneful, are technical, and so nearly meaningless as not to provoke debate. Every reasonable man and woman knows and does not affect to conceal his or her consciousness of the truth that social distinctions are not effaced by the enrollment of rich and poor, educated and illiterate, refined and boorish, in impartial order upon the church books. True religion does refine feeling and engender benevolence and charitable judgment of our fellows. In doing this, it creates a common ground of sympathy as of belief. It elevates the moral and spiritual nature. Of itself, it does not enrich the intellect or polish manners. One may have a clean heart and dirty flesh and blood hands, may be a sincere and earnest Christian, yet double his negatives, shove his food into his mouth with his knife, prefer the corner of a tablecloth to a napkin, and be an alien in the matter of finger bowls. It is possible that two women may work together harmoniously in church and parish associations, each esteeming the other's excellent qualities of heart and enjoying the fellowship of her kindred mind, and yet that both should be intensely uncomfortable if forced into reciprocal social relations that have nothing to do with church or charity. The reasonable view. These are plain facts no reasonable person will dispute. In view of them, the fact, equally patent, that the Newlyrich clan sometimes resort to church connection as a lever to raise them to a higher social plane is one of the anomalies of human intercourse that may well stir the satirist to bitter ridicule and move compassionate beholders to wonder. "When they begin to feel their oats, they go off to you," laughed the keen-witted, sweet-natured pastor of a downtown church to a brother clergyman whose flock worshipped in a finer building and a fashionable neighborhood. "The sheep with the golden fleece always finds a breach in our church wall." It takes him, his ewe, and his lambs a long time to learn that pew proximity does not bring about social sympathy. It is not a week since I saw a girl, a thoroughbred from crown to toe,
flush in surprise and draw herself up in unconscious hauteur when a flashily dressed young person greeted her across the vestibule of a concert room with, "Hello, Nellie, didn't we have a bully time last night?" They had attended a Sunday school anniversary, and, as their classes were side by side, had exchanged remarks in the intervals of recitations, songs, and addresses. The parvenu's clothes were more costly than Nellie's. Her father was richer. They were members of the same church. To her vulgar mind, these circumstances gave her the right to take a liberty with a slight acquaintance such as no well-bred person would have dreamed of assuming. Your pew neighbor. First, then, I place among the maxims of church and parish etiquette. Do not imagine that your next pew neighbor must be your friend. If she be a newcomer and a stranger in the congregation, bow to her in meeting in lobby or in aisle cordially, recognizing her as a fellow worshiper in a temple where all are welcome and equal. If you can be of service to her in finding the place of hymn or psalm, should she be at a loss, perform the neighborly service tactfully and graciously, always because you are in the house of the All-Father and are His children, not that you seek to court a mortal's favor for any ulterior purpose. In meeting her on the street, let your salutation be ready and pleasant, but not familiar. Don't "Hello, Nellie" her, then or ever, while bearing in mind that non-recognition of one you know to be a regular attendant at the same church with yourself, yet a comparative stranger there, is unkind and unchristian. The stranger in church. The case is different if you are the stranger. Friendly advances should come from the other side. If they are not made, there is nothing for you to do but to content yourself with the recollection that you go to church to worship God, not to make acquaintances. Never depend on your church connection for society. If you find congenial associates there, rejoice in the happy circumstance and make the most of it. If you do not rail at the congregation as stiff and stuck up, at the church as a hollow sham, and the pastor as an unfaithful shepherd. The expectation on the part of some people that he should neglect the weightier matters of the law and the gospel, and prostitute his holy office by becoming a social pudding stick for incorporating into a jolly crowd the diverse elements of those to whom he is called to minister, disgraces humanity and civilization, not to say Christianity. Pew hospitality. Pew hospitality has fallen into disuse to a great extent of late years, principally on account of the usher service. The tendency of this partial desuetude is to make pew owners utterly careless of their obligation to entertain strangers. Regard for the best interests of your particular church organization should suggest to you as a duty that you notify the usher in your aisle of your willingness to receive strangers into your pews whenever the 1 or 2 vacant seats there may be needed. If your family fills them all every Sunday, you cannot exercise the grace of hospitality. When 1 or 2 or 3 are to be absent from either service, however, take the trouble to apprise the oft sorely perplexed official of the fact, and give him leave to bring to your door anyone he has to seat. When the stranger appears, let him see at once that you esteem his coming a pleasure. Give him a good seat, a book, and a welcome generally. By this behavior you commend to his favor your church, human nature, and the cause dearest to your heart. If you are the visiting worshiper, and it is evident that the other occupants of the pew are the owners thereof, make courteous and grateful acknowledgment at the close of the service of the hospitality you have received. I hope the return you get will not be the cold, supercilious stare one true gentlewoman had from the holder of a pew in the middle aisle of a fashionable church in New York. The guest put into Mrs. Houghton's pew thanked the latter simply and gracefully for the opportunity given her of hearing an admirable sermon. "Who are you that dare address me?" said the silent stare. "It is bad enough to have my pew invaded by an unvouched-for stranger without being subjected to the impertinence of speech." The last place upon God's earth wherein civility and the arrogance of self-conceit are admissible is His house. "Be pitiful," writes the apostle, who learned his code of manners from one who has been not irreverently called the truest gentleman who ever lived. "Be pitiful, be courteous." The pastor's family, the pastor's call. The relations of parishioner and the pastor's family are often strained hard by the popular misconception of the social obligations existing, or that should exist, between them. In no call that I ever heard of is the clergyman enjoined to cater to the whims and vanities of exacting members by visits that are not demanded by spiritual or temporal needs, and which minister to nothing but the aforesaid jealous vanity. Send for a clergyman when his priestly offices are required. For the rest of his precious time let him come as he likes, and go whither he considers his duty calls him. He was a man before he took orders, and the man has social rights. Let him neighbor, as old-fashioned folk used to say, with his kind. The aforesaid call makes no mention of his family. If you like to call on them when they come to the parish, and if you find them congenial, your congeners in fact, keep up the association as you would with your doctor's or your lawyer's family. That you belong to Dr. Barnabas's parish, that you are the wife or daughter of an officer in his church, gives you absolutely no claim on his wife or daughters beyond what you individually possess. To demand that Mrs. Barnabas, refined in every instinct, highly educated and with tastes for what is best and highest in social companionship, should be bullied and patronized by Mrs. Million, a purse-proud vulgarian, unlearned and stupid, is sheer barbarity. Yet we see it, and worse, in many American churches. A false assumption. Do you, sensible and amenable reader, lead the way to better things, loosen at least one buckle of the harness that bows many a fine spirit to breaking, and makes the church a smoke in the nostrils of unprejudiced outsiders. Separate ecclesiastical from social relations. Owe your right to call a fellow parishioner friend, and to visit at manse or parsonage or rectory to what you are, not to the adventitious circumstance of being a member in good standing in a fashionable or an unfashionable church. Exact no consideration from those who belong with you to the household of faith on the ground of that spiritual fellowship. The position is false, the claim ignoble. No matter what church one is in, one should always try to conform as far as possible to its order of worship. Not to do this shows a want of proper reverence. End of section 33. Recording by Laura Langston.
Section 34 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland. The Woman's Club. The popularity of women's societies for literary study, for economic discussion, for the consideration of municipal and social improvement is enormous. They are to be found all over the country, but particularly do they flourish in the Middle West, where every town and hamlet in the region boasts a woman's club of some sort. Both ridicule and praise are showered upon these organizations, and they deserve both. Some of their manifestations are crude, absurd, and tiresome. Others are fine in themselves, exert a broadening influence over those intimately concerned, and are helpful indirectly to the whole community represented by them. However much particular societies may lay themselves open to adverse criticism by reason of priggishness, superficiality, or a mistaken sense of their importance in the scheme of things, it must be acknowledged that the general tendency of these organizations is good. They lift women out of the consideration of the commonplace, domestic side of existence. They encourage toleration and a give-and-take attitude toward life, in which attitude women are often lacking. They open a way for the development of latent talent of various kinds. They are often stepping stones to improvement in the social life of a community. It would be hard to estimate how much they have done in creating an atmosphere for the truly artistic and literary element in various communities throughout the United States. No doubt they have in this way encouraged the production of literature and other forms of art, while, in humbler fashion, they have brought pleasure and an outlook into many narrow, circumscribed lives. An Englishwoman visiting in a western city of our country was asked what one of our institutions she admired the most. The Woman's Club, she replied without hesitation, and added that she would like to transplant it to her native land, where, it was true, there were associations of women banded together for various purposes, but none in which women met in such easy and happy intellectual relations as in the women's clubs of America. Such praise from an unprejudiced observer of our country consoles the woman who believes in the mission of the Woman's Club, despite many an ugly newspaper fling. The Englishwoman in question was fortunate in attending a club of particular interest and value where, to a degree, the ideal of what a woman's club should be was realized. Such a club indicates the possibilities of the institution, however, and many organizations of women are working with crude material through absurd phases toward accomplishment as happy. In small communities where the opportunities are infrequent for theater, for social diversion of various kinds, the Woman's Club is of the greatest help. It serves at once to focus and distribute all the better social and intellectual interests of the neighborhood. It may be a means of lifting a whole community to a livelier and more interesting social and intellectual level. Many women's clubs become important factors in municipal legislation, along the lines most amenable to feminine influence. Through such clubs, women have helped to solve educational questions, have influenced public sentiment in the direction of cleaning and beautifying the streets, and in many other ways have helped to promote law and order. The literary club is, however, the form most often taken by feminine organizations. The formation of a literary club is not a difficult matter, though the amount of red tape with which it is sometimes covered up makes the project seem formidable. The woman most interested in the organization of such a club should call a meeting at her house of those she thinks most likely to enter into the scheme with energy and profit. A perusal of Robert's Rules of Order, or of any other good manual of parliamentary law, will show how such a meeting should be conducted, how officers should be elected, and a constitution adopted. It may be said in this connection that there are few matters harder for a woman to digest gracefully than a knowledge of parliamentary usages. Such knowledge is for use only, not for display. To make a show of it is like using a kitchen utensil for a drawing-room ornament. Many women seem to regard the rules governing societies as important in themselves. They are only important as the knowledge and use of them quickens the business proceedings leading up to the real purpose of the organization. Business in a woman's club, founded for study and improvement, is only a means to an end. It is disastrous to consider it otherwise. The membership having been decided upon, the officers selected, and constitution adopted, the next and most important thing in a literary club is to make out the program. For this purpose, an executive committee of 3 or more is appointed by the president or elected by the club. Sometimes this committee makes out the entire program, merely notifying each member of the part she is expected to take in its performance. Sometimes the members are consulted as to what subjects they prefer. The more arbitrary method is often necessary in order to procure unity of design in the program. If, for instance, the program for the day includes 2 papers and a discussion following, the subjects considered should be related so as to make some sort of harmony. If each member is allowed to choose her subject, regardless of anything but her own desire, small pleasure or profit follows. In some clubs, the executive committee sends out cards to the members, asking for suggestions, accepts the best of these, and when possible assigns the topics preferred. If the first mentioned and more arbitrary method is followed, the committee should be careful to select subjects according to the persons for whom they are designed. Mrs. Brown, who loves poetry but knows nothing of science, should not be asked to handle the wonders of electricity in the 20th century, and Mrs. White, who has a delicious touch in narrating personal experiences but knows little of continental fiction, would better be asked to write a paper on her summer vacation than one on the great Russian novelists, Turgenev and Tolstoy. Of course, the practice for Mrs. Brown and Mrs. White in considering subjects opposed to their knowledge and taste might be salutary for them, but it might also send the other members of the club to sleep. And the ambition of the executive committee should be to avoid as much dullness as possible in the atmosphere it partly creates. Whether the program shall be miscellaneous in character or shall be devoted to progressive study in one direction, is a question to be considered by the committee. If the club is small, compact in spirit, and on improvement bent, the study of some one period, author, or movement is often most advantageous. If the club is large, and entertainment is largely the motive for meeting, a program that varies to meet the various demands of the membership is better. Usually, the number of papers on a given day should not exceed 2. Sometimes, owing to the light or easily divisible nature of the theme for the day, 3 papers of 15 or 20 minutes each may be assigned. For the discussion that should follow the paper or papers, it is the custom generally in women's clubs to appoint a leader. The selection of leaders for conversation should be carefully made. Not every woman who writes a good paper talks well, though it is possibly within her power to do so if she makes sufficient effort. The leader of a conversation should be one who has been tried in general discussion and found successful. Upon the leader depends the guidance of the talk. If it drifts into foolish and unprofitable channels, it is her business to call it back to better issues, yet to do so with what shall not seem a meddling or arbitrary touch. The cultivation of the gift of speech is, in the minds of many competent judges, the best thing offered us by the Woman's Club. Only a skilled person should undertake leadership in a discussion, but the floor of the club is a school where all may learn something of the art. To learn to think quickly, to express one's self standing and facing an audience, this is an accomplishment worth having, and one which many a club woman owes to years of progressive effort in a woman's club. Members should be taken into a club because they have qualifications which will add to the pleasure and profit of the membership at large. One should not vote for or against a candidate for purely personal reasons. Many kind people, who are yet ignorant of the proper law for limiting the membership of a club, consider it an act of enmity to blackball a candidate for membership, whether she be fitted for that membership or not. This is a mistaken and a sentimental theory. It is indeed disagreeable to blackball, but it is sometimes necessary. Those who propose members for a club should feel the responsibility of such proposals, and thus, as far as lies within their power, avoid for the membership or committee controlling this matter the unpleasant necessity of refusing or blackballing a candidate. The new member should be received with courtesy by the older members of the club. Her sponsors or guarantors should see to it that proper introductions, if introductions be necessary, are made. For several months, at least after her admission to the club, the new member's part should be a negative rather than a positive one. It is an unwritten law in the United States Senate that the new senator does not speak on any matter of importance for a year after his election. Exactly so, modesty demands that the new member in a woman's club, unless specially requested, keep silent till custom has established her place in the organization. When the proper occasion arises for her to speak or to read, she begins her performance as others do theirs, by formally addressing the president and members of the club thus: Madam President and women of the club. In many clubs where the membership is not large and the dues are small, it is customary to meet from house to house. This should always be considered only a provisional method. It is much better to have a club home than to wander from place to place. Papers and other properties accumulate in the life of a club, and it is advisable to have some permanent place for the bestowal of them. The sense of getting acquainted with a new place each time interferes with ease of manner and freedom of discussion, while familiarity with one's surroundings begets both these happy qualities. As soon as the funds warrant the expenditure, a club should rent a convenient and acceptable place where its regular meetings can be held. Once a year, usually at the beginning of the president's term of office, it is customary for the club to give some sort of entertainment for its members. This may be a luncheon or breakfast, a high tea, or merely an afternoon reception where salad, ices, and coffee are served. At this festivity, after the menu has been served, the retiring president bids goodbye to her office and introduces her successor, who acts as toast mistress for the occasion. The toasts should be few in number, not more than 5 or 6, and the time occupied by each should be from 5 to 7 minutes. Commonly, the subjects for toasts should be of a lively, pleasing nature, and should be treated in a manner to correspond. To take advantage of a festive occasion for the delivery of a lamentation or a sermon is in very bad taste. It should be remembered by the speaker that she is expected to entertain and not to instruct. The spirit of the members toward club performances should be kindly and genial, if good work is to be expected. Nothing can be done in the face of ill-natured criticism. The standard of work can only be raised by each member doing her best and keeping an open mind for the performances of her acquaintances. Frequently, a special advantage in hearing club papers lies in one's acquaintance with the writer, which makes it possible for one to interpret much more richly than would be possible in the printed page of a personally unknown author. This is the unearned increment of club membership, one of the best returns for its fellowship, and in order to get the most out of one's connection with a literary club, where, in the nature of things, one cannot be expecting literary masterpieces, one must be on the lookout for this personal quality which adds so largely to the written and spoken words heard there. End of section 34. Section 35 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland. Charities, public and private. Charity begins at home, but it is a great mistake to suppose that it should end there. Indeed, in the last analysis, to do for one's own family is not charity, but a form of selfishness. The truly generous spirit cannot resist the call to help the poor and needy, the outcast and degraded. One's relation to charity should not be accidental, but should form a part of the plan of one's life. It is not very creditable to give to a good cause only because one is besieged to do so, or because one is ashamed to say no. When the young married couple sit down together for their first discussion of finance, of how much they shall spend for house, for clothes, how much for food, how much for amusement, and so on, this question of what shall be done for those poorer than themselves should have a place. No matter how small the sum possible, something should be given to philanthropic work. The woman of the family is very often, directly or indirectly, the dispenser of the money devoted to charity. She is the one who decides into what channels it shall go. She has the time for investigating the needs of societies and of individuals. The work, too, that accompanies gifts of charity more often falls to her lot than to a man. This is a department of service properly belonging to her. She has natural rights in this section of the world's work, of which she should be proud. Charities, broadly, are of two kinds, public and private, and activity in one should not preclude activity in the other. The ideal administration of charity would consist in every person comfortably established, having among his real friends several poor persons or poor families from whom he himself received a broadening knowledge of life, as well as to whom he gave of physical necessities. In the absence of this ideal situation, he must avail himself of the best means open to him. He must take advantage of the splendid organization of modern charities, but he must not forget also to be on the lookout for individual cases of need that are not likely to appear before the board of any philanthropic organization. We hear it from the pulpit and the platform continually, yet not too often, that organized charitable work is one of the finest achievements of our present civilization. Narrow-minded people sometimes say that our grandmothers got along very well without it, and did as much good as the women of the present day. They got on without it only because they did not have such complex conditions to cope with. It is not possible, no matter how good the intentions of the individuals concerned, that as valuable work can be done without modern methods as with them. In these days, each charity of a city or town attempts to cover one field, and to cover it as thoroughly and from as many different points of view as possible. Wherever possible, the aim of such organizations is to help people to help themselves. The idea is not only to tide the beneficiaries over temporary difficulties, but to aid them in building up character by means of self-respecting effort. Membership in such organizations brings opportunity for action and knowledge also of the bearings of one's action. It makes charity something more than a matter of sentimental impulse. The opportunity to do good offered by these societies is not only an opportunity to help the poor, but to help oneself, and even in other ways than the one generally acknowledged of broadening one's sympathies and cultivating one's heart. The gain a woman derives in discipline from working in concert with other women is of an inestimable value. This discipline is sometimes accompanied by vexations, as discipline commonly is, but, taken in the right spirit, it is broadening. Charitable societies are often made up largely of women whose ideas of business are chaotic, whose capacity for speech is not at all equal to their capacity for work. The time spent by such people in idle discussion at business meetings is wearing, but it is not altogether unprofitable. The better trained women must do what they can to improve the situation. When they cannot improve it, they must grin and bear it. Even with the drawbacks named, organization pays. The experience of many is a richer thing than the experience of one. And, when it comes to action, concerted action is a more powerful thing than single and individual effort. One cannot help all the causes one would like to help, or belong to the organizations that represent them. One should select that charity which appeals to one most, or where one feels one can do the most good, and one should make attendance upon its meetings and the other work of the society a part of one's regular duties. The sorrows of one's life often suggest the charity one cares most to aid. Women who have lost little ones feel a drawing of the heart toward the society that helps children. Women who have seen much of pain and suffering in their own families wish to join a society that makes the burden of the sick poor as light as possible. Those who have seen sympathetically the loneliness and bitterness possible to old age wish to help the aged poor, and the determining personal experience makes the work of charity so much richer and more effectual. One should not leave the subject of one's duty to organize philanthropy without a word concerning the work of the social settlement, the greatest philanthropic movement of the day. The idea at the bottom of settlement work, the idea that the rich or the comfortably situated must live with the poor, must know their lives by direct and continuous contact in order to exert any lasting influence for good, is a noble idea in itself, and one that is singularly attractive to ardent spirits. Unfortunately, fashion and the novelty of the life involved in the experiment has made social settlement work attractive to many people for somewhat selfish reasons. Such people should be discouraged from going into it. First, because they hurt the cause. They do not know how to get on with poor people, and often their ill-disguised curiosity amounts to insolence and hurts those whom it is intended the work should benefit. The second reason is that these people who, through excitement and love of novelty, leave their homes for settlement work are often needed at home. It is much the vogue just now for young women just out of college to do a year of social settlement work. If they have what Methodists name the call, and have no more urgent and intimate duties behind them, this is very well. But if it means deserting home tasks because they are dull and unexciting, it is well enough to think twice before the mother of the family is left to face all the disagreeable issues of home life. This is one of those cases where charity at home is of more importance than charity abroad. Of social settlement work, seriously and earnestly considered, it is impossible to say too much in commendation. The philanthropic impulse of a generous heart is not satisfied with giving to organizations or working for them. One must do in other and private ways in order to satisfy one's heart and conscience. One should help many people through ties of service, of love, or of friendship. In time of need, one should remember those people who have lived as domestics in one's family, or who have been connected in some humble capacity with the business of the head of the house. These persons, if they have been faithful to one's interests, one helps with a personal enthusiasm that is, of course, lacking in the case of strangers. Faithful or unfaithful, one knows something about them, and can figure out easily what is the wisest as well as the most grateful manner of doing for them. Then there is the poor relation whom we have always with us, and, in the helping of whom, all the tact of which one is possessed is not too much to use. The very fact that he or she, as the case may be, must accept favors from one of the same blood, and, therefore, in every sense but the financial, of the same rank in life, makes the graceful bestowal of the gift a matter that is hard to compass. To pass on the gown one has laid aside, so that there shall seem to be no condescension in the act. To explain successfully that one sends money at Christmas because one was uncertain what would be the proper gift to buy. In fine, to give with a broad sympathy that, for the minute, gives the donor an insight into the other's disappointments and vexations. This is what is needed in dealing with the poor relative. A flavor of even greater grace and delicacy must go into the gift offered by the rich friend to the poor one. It is one of the privileges of the generous rich, not only to feed the starving body, but sometimes to feed the starving soul, not only to provide bread and butter, but to minister to a starved sense of beauty and of joy, to give pictures and books to those who love them but cannot buy, to give a year at college to some nice young fellow whose parents cannot do for him, to give pretty trinkets to a pretty young girl who lives in a house where there is no money to spare for such things. These gifts of friendship are one of the greatest privileges of a large income. Though not counted commonly as charity, they come under the head of charity in its biblical significance of love and sympathy. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland. Courtesy from the young to the old. The pessimist, reading the heading of this chapter, would be inclined to ask if one writes nowadays of a lost quantity. While we do not consider the grace of courtesy as entirely lost, we are at times tempted to think that it has gone before, and so far before that it is lost sight of by the rising generation. The days have passed when the hoary head was a crown of glory, as the royal preacher declares. It is certain that if it is a crown, it is one before which the youth of the 20th century do not always bow. Before we condemn the young unsparingly for their lack of reverence, we must look at the other side of the question. Today there are few old people. First, there is youth. That lasts almost until one is a grandparent. Then one is middle-aged. No one is old. At least few will acknowledge it. The woman of 45 is on the shady side of 30. She of 65 is on the downslope from 50. And even when the age is announced, one is reminded that a woman is only as old as she feels. There is sound common sense in all this. Cannot we afford to snap our fingers at Father Time and his laws, when the law within ourselves tells us that we are young in heart, in feeling, in aims? So the principle that bids us shut our eyes at the figure on the milestone we are passing is a good one, as long as we feel fresh still for the journey, as long as every step is a pleasure. What difference if the walk has been 5 miles long or 15? We judge of the strain by the effect it has had on us. If we feel unwearied and ready for miles and miles ahead of us, who shall say that the walk has been 10 miles long? When we are conscious in our energetic limbs that it has only been 2 delightful miles? No one is old now. The fact that no one is now old has its effect on the young person in our midst. She hesitates to say to the matron, "Take this seat, please," when she knows that in her soul the matron will resent the insinuation that she is on the downward grade. Not long ago I witnessed the chagrin of a woman of 35 who rose and gave her seat in a stage to a woman who was, if one may judge by the false standard of appearances, at least 15 years her senior. The elderly woman flushed indignantly. "Pray keep your seat, madam," she commanded in stentorian tones. "I may be grey-headed, but I am not old or decrepit." I fancy that one reason grey hair is becoming fashionable is this desire to cling to youth. Every year more young women tell us that they are prematurely grey, and their sister women add eagerly, "So many women are, nowadays." The importance of tact. Our young person must, then, be very careful how she displays the feeling of reverence for age which, we would like to believe, is inherent in every well-regulated nature. She must exercise tact, without which no person will have popularity. Appreciating one's elders. One point in which young America displays lamentable vulgarity is in the habit of interrupting older people. Interruptions, we of a former generation were taught, are rude. That is a forgotten fact in many so-called polite circles. And when people do not interrupt they seem to be waiting for the person speaking to finish what he has to say in order to cut in. No other expression describes it fitly, with some new and original remark. That is, apparently, the only reason that one listens to others, just for the sake of having someone to answer. The world is full of things, and getting fuller every day, and unless one talks most of the time, he will never be able to air his opinions on all points. And every one's opinion is of priceless value, at least to himself. This seems to be the attitude of young America. Yet in courtesy to the hoary head one should occasionally pause long enough to allow the owner thereof to express an opinion. Although one has passed 50, one may, nevertheless, have sound judgment and ideas on some subjects that are worth consideration. I wish young men and women would occasionally remember this. The woman of 60, or over, can really learn little of value from her granddaughter, even when that granddaughter is a college graduate, and has all the arrogance of 20 years. Of course, grandmother may need enlightenment on college athletics, on golf, even, perhaps, on bridge, although that is very doubtful, if she lives in a fashionable neighborhood. But, after all, these are not the greatest things of life. She would, perchance, be glad to listen to her young relative's accounts of her sports if she would take the trouble to tell the happenings that interest her in a loving, respectful spirit. Our elderly woman does not like to be patronized, to be told that she dresses like an old-fashioned plate, and that she is, to use the slang of the day, a back number. The grandmother knows better. She has lived, and she is sure that from her store of knowledge of life, of men, women, and things as they really are, she could bring forth treasures, new and old, that would be of great help to the hot-headed, impulsive young girl about to risk all on the perilous journey that lies before her. I would, therefore, suggest that our girl practice deference toward her elders. At first she may not find it easy, but it is worth cultivating. It is, moreover, much more becoming than arrogance and aggressiveness, too common nowadays. There is something wrong when a person feels no respect for one who has attained to double or treble her years. There is something lacking. The collegians of both sexes would do well to turn their analytical minds on themselves, and, as improvement is the order of the day, add to their fund of becoming attainments the sweet, old-fashioned attribute of courtesy and reverence toward age. Small courtesies. It is easy, after all, if one will watch carefully, to do the little kind thing that makes for comfort, and not to do it aggressively. It is not necessary to adjust a pillow at the elderly person's back as if she needed it. I saw a sweet woman put a pillow behind an invalid with such tact that the sufferer, who was acutely sensitive on the subject of her condition, did not suspect that her hostess had her illness in mind. "My dear," said this tactful woman, "if you are built as I am, you must find that chair desperately uncomfortable without a cushion behind you. I simply will not sit in it without this little bit of a pillow wedged in at the small of my back. I find it so much more comfortable so, that I am sure you will." And the cushion was adjusted. Could even supersensitive and suspicious old age have resented such attention? Of course elderly people like to talk. Why should they not be allowed to do it? The boy or girl listener is impatient of what he or she terms inwardly garrulousness. Is not the prattle of youth as trying to old people? But, to do them justice, unless they are very crabbed, they listen to it kindly. Unfortunately, one seldom sees a young person rise and remain standing when an old person enters the room. Yet to loll back in a chair under such circumstances is one of the greatest rudenesses of which a girl or boy is capable. The old man. Generosity to age. Right here, may I put in a plea for the old man? In the first place, he is not so popular as the old woman. She is often beloved. He, poor soul, is too often endured. In very truth he is not so lovable as his lady wife. He did not take the time while he was young to cultivate the little niceties of life as she did. Women have more regard for appearances than men have, and their life is not spent so often in counting room and office. They are, in their daily life, surrounded by refined persons more than are their husbands. They do not have to talk by the hour with rough men, give orders to surly underlings, eat at lunch counters, and join in the morning and evening rush for life to get a seat on the crowded car or train where the law is sauve qui coûte, or, in brutal English, every man for himself, no matter who, for the hindmost. All these things, after years and years, influence the man or woman. It is inevitable. It even affects the inner life. The Book of Books tells us that though the outward man perish, the inward man is renewed day by day. Sometimes the inward man is hardly worth renewing at the end of a life of such rush and mad haste after the elusive dollar that there has been no place for the gentle amenities of existence. Therefore, as the man gets old, his nature comes to the front, and, too often, the courtesies that were pinned on him by a loving wife, and kept polished up by her, drop off, and he does not want to bother to have them readjusted. Consequently, he often has habits that are not pretty. He is irascible, he is intolerant with youth, and, now that he is laid aside, he likes to tell of what he did when he was as active as the young men about him. Dear young people, let him talk. Listen to him, and remember that at your age he was just as agreeable as you. Consider, too, that if, when you are old, you would escape being the self-absorbed being you think him, you would do well now to begin to avoid the selfishness and self-absorption that you find make the old man objectionable. Practice on him, and he will in his old age still be doing a good work. A word to the wise. It is not pleasant to feel old, to know that you are set aside in the minds of others as a has-been. There are few more cruel lessons given to human beings to learn in this hard school we call life, and this task has to be learned when strength and courage wane, and the grasshopper is a burden. If young people would only make it unnecessary for the older person to acquire it! It lies with youth to make the declining years of those near the end of the journey a weary waiting for that end, or a peaceful loitering on a road that shall be a foretaste of a land in which no one ever grows old. End of section 36. Section 37 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland. Mistress and Maid. They were not foreordained from all eternity to be sworn enemies. Could that fact be impressed on the mind of each, there would be less friction between them. Where, in this day and in this country, is found the family servant who follows the fortunes of her employers through adversity and evil report, asking only to be allowed to live among those who have shown her kindness, who have taught her all she knows, and who have been kinder to her than her own family have been? She may exist in the imagination of the optimistic novelist, but not in reality. Once in a great while such a servant, well advanced in life, is found, but she is a rara avis. On the other hand, it should be remembered that the burden of blame and of responsibility for improvement rests with the woman of larger opportunity. If we heard considerably more of the mistress problem, we should probably hear less of the servant one. Both must help. It is trite to say that in this country the servant matter is all askew. We know that, and it is incumbent on us to make the best of matters as we find them. To do this, both mistress and maid should be impressed with the fact expressed in the opening sentence of this chapter. As matters now are, the maid sees in the mistress a possible tyrant, one who will exact the pound of flesh, and, if the owner thereof be not on her guard, will insist on a few extra ounces thrown in for good measure. The mistress sees in the suspicious girl a person who will, if the chance be offered her, turn against her employer, will do the smallest amount of work possible for the highest wages she can demand, break china, smash glass, shut her eyes to dirt in the corners, and accept the first opportunity that offers itself to leave her present place and get one that demands fewer duties and larger pay. One of the greatest mistakes of the mistress is that she lets the state of affairs greatly disturb her. Why should she? The maid is not her own kind, and the woman is wrong who judges the uneducated, ill-reared hireling by the rules that govern the better educated classes. The servant and the employer have been reared in different worlds, and to ignore this fact is folly. How often do we see the mistress hurt because of Nora's lack of consideration for her and her time, and vexed because the servant fails to appreciate any kindness shown her. Let her accept the condition of affairs as what the slangy boy would call part of the game, and not waste God-given nerve and energy in worrying over it. If she gets reasonably good return in work for the wages she pays, she should be content. If a woman's maid does something wrong or omits a duty, however important, if guests are present, the mistake should be remedied as quietly as possible and without reproof. To rebuke a servant before others is a great unkindness to her and needlessly embarrasses the visitor. Expect the best. Always be considerate. The mistress should not expect a friend and counselor in the maid. Once in a while, one meets a servant who, by some accident, is capable of discerning the refinement of nature in her employer, and of respecting it. In this case, she will care more for the employer for knowing that she is trusted. It is a fact that, by appealing to the best in human nature, be that nature American, Irish, German, or Scandinavian, we elicit the best from our fellow creatures. Let the mistress, then, try to believe in the good intentions of her servant, or, if she cannot really believe in them, let her attempt to do so. Her attitude of mind will, unconsciously to herself, make itself felt upon her helper. Let her take it for granted that the new girl means to stay, is honest, trustworthy, and anxious to please, and let her talk to her as if all these things were foregone conclusions. She may show by gentle manner and kindly consideration that Nora or Gretchen is a sister woman, not a machine. If a washing or ironing happens to be heavy, Let her suggest a simple dessert of fruit, instead of the pudding that had been planned. And if the maid's heavy eyes and forced smile show that she is not well, let the mistress, for a brief moment, put herself in the place of the hireling, and think what she would want done for her under similar circumstances. She will then suggest that some of the work that can be deferred be laid aside until the following day, or offer to give a hand in making the beds or dusting the rooms. But, declares the systematic housewife, I do not hire a servant, and then do my housework. No, neither did you hire your maid of all work to be a sick nurse. But were you ill, it would be she who would cook your meals, carry up your tray, and take care of you, unless you were so ill as to need the services of a trained attendant. Bear this in mind, and show the maid that you do bear it in mind. Work after hours. It is a more difficult matter to get the servant to look at the subject from this standpoint. She has not been educated to regard things from both sides. It is the custom of her cult to meet and, in conclave assembled, to compare the faults, foibles, and failings of their employers. And when they do commend an employer for kind treatment, it is, as a rule, only to make the lot of another servant look darker by contrast with the bright one depicted. "Oh, me dear!" exclaims Bridget on entering Nora's kitchen at 8:30 in the evening and finding her still washing dishes. "And is this the hour that a poor hard-working girl is kept up to wash the dinner things? There is no such doin's in my kitchen. I tell ye, my lady knows that I ain't made of iron, and she knows, too, that I would not put up with such an imposition. The fact that Nora's mistress has helped her all day with the work, that she is herself the victim of unexpected company, that she regrets as much as Nora that the unavoidable detention at the office of the master of the house has made dinner later than usual, does not deter the suddenly enlightened girl from feeling herself a martyr, and the seed of hate and distrust is quick to bear fruit in an offensive manner and a sulky style of speech. She does not pause to take into consideration that, while she may just now be doing extra work, she also receives daily extra kindnesses and consideration that were not agreed upon in the contract of her hire. 2 ways of doing. There are just 2 rules that make the relations of mistress and maid tolerable or pleasant. One is that everything be put on a purely business basis, an arrangement hardly practical in domestic labor. The other rule, and the better, is that a little practical Christianity be brought into the relationship, that the maid do her best, cheerfully and willingly, and that the mistress treat her in the same spirit, giving her little pleasures when it is within her power to do so, trying to smooth the rough places, and to make crooked things straight. Then, let each respect the other and make the best of the situation. If it is intolerable, it may be changed. If not intolerable, let each remember that there is no law, human or divine, that demands that the contract stand forever, and let each dissolve the partnership when she wishes to do so. Until this is done, mistress and maid should keep silence as to the faults of the other, trying to see rather the virtues than the failings of a sister woman. I wish that some word of mine with regard to this matter could sink into the mind of the mistress. I fear that it will never be possible to train the maid not to talk of her mistress to her friends, but the employer should be above discussing her servants with outsiders. This is one of the most glaring faults of conversation, one of the most flagrant breaches of conversational etiquette among women of refinement. The hackneyed warning that the 3 Ds to be banished from polite conversation are dress, disease, and domestics, has not been heeded by the average housewife. So far as the last D is concerned, she will fill willing and unwilling ears with the account of her servants' impertinences, of their faults, of how they are leaving without giving warning, and of how ungrateful all servants are, until one would think that her own soul was not above that of the laundress, chambermaid, and cook, whose failings she dissects in public. Such talk reminds one of the conversation with which Bridget regales an admiring and indignant courtier. With the uneducated hireling, it may be pardonable. In the case of the educated employer it is inexcusable. The best trained servants say, "Yes, madam," instead of "Yes, ma'am." In England women as well as men servants are addressed by their surnames. The custom does not commend itself to our American ideas. Women with one maid, caps and apron. Women who keep only one maid should, if possible, have the laundry work done out of the house. Only so can one be sure of a trim-looking servant to answer the door. And the appearance of the person who admits us to a house is taken, very justly, as a criterion of the domestic standards of the house. A popular novelist once divided the houses in a certain city into 3 classes: those that had maids, those that had maids without caps, and those who had maids with caps. A woman's social standing need not depend on her having a maid at all. She may quite come to her own door, as one snobbish woman puts it, but if she keep a maid, the maid should be properly dressed, and the cap is as essential a part of her dress as her apron. End of section 37. Section 38 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland. The Woman Without a Maid. The thought of being without a maid strikes dismay to the heart of many a woman who cannot be accused of laziness. She thinks of the manual toil connected with housekeeping as composed of a round of degrading tasks, and she cannot imagine herself as performing these with dignity and attractiveness. The ugliness connected with doing Bridget's work is what repels, and it must be confessed at the start that dust and dishwater are not agreeable things to contemplate, though hemmed squares of clean cheesecloth for the one and plenty of good soap in the other tend to reduce disagreeable qualities to a minimum. One half, at least, of the prejudice many women, not financially prosperous, feel against doing their own work, as the phrase curiously goes, is the aversion of doing unbeautiful things. The other half rises from the sense of dismay in attempting that in which one has had no practice, for which one has had no previous preparation. The tasks connected with housekeeping are many and various, and if one is called to face them without experience or a system, the result is apt to be pandemonium until the mistress maid is broken in. It is a pity, however, to approach the work with the idea that it is necessarily distasteful and disagreeable. Most women have some natural aptitude for domestic service. When properly trained, they like it, or, at least, parts of it. What they lack often is not aptitude but practice, and, instead of expecting to gain skill through practice, as they would in other departments of work, they expect it to come by inspiration. Housekeeping is a science and an art. More even than this, it is a business, and needs, exactly as the business of a man does, time and patience for its conquest. Dressing for work. A sub-professor on a small salary in one of our best Eastern educational institutions married a charming young woman with a wise head on her pretty shoulders. Her thought was that she could best help him by doing the work of a maid. Her name, wherever known, had been a synonym for exquisite taste, and she lost nothing of this in the conduct of her new role. Ugliness of any sort was not in her scheme of things. She determined that she should be no less pretty in her husband's eyes because of the part she was to play in his kitchen. She had made for herself 8 blue and white striped seersucker gowns with broad hems on the short skirts and with plain shirt waists. The sleeves were made elbow length, so as not to incommode her in her work, and a turnover collar of white which left her throat free was at once comfortable and becoming. With these dresses she wore dark aprons or white ones. according to the work she was doing. Her husband and friends declared she had never looked more pleasing than while in service. She was an excellent refutation of the idea that a woman must look slovenly when doing household tasks. Though dressing the part seems a small beginning toward getting the work of a house done, it is a helpful beginning because it affects the spirits. A working woman needs working clothes. If they are pretty as well as comfortable and appropriate, they give an impetus toward cheerful labor that is not to be lightly estimated. Avoid interruptions. The value of system. A woman who learns to be her own maid and makes a success of the work must adopt it as a business and must devote herself to her tasks with regularity and system. She must be firm against intrusion and interruption from the outside world. She must adopt housekeeping as a profession and aim not merely at completing the daily round but at achieving an excellence that will in time impart interest to the work. Order and simplicity are the two laws she must obey if she is to get through with dignity and self-respect. An order of the day and an order of the week must be made out and followed as far as possible. System and arrangement are the great time savers. To sit down at one's desk once a day or once a week and make out conscientiously a list of all the things necessary to be done in the time named, then divide and tabulate these according as seems best. This use of the brain will economize time and will save many a weary step. Orderliness in work leads most directly to that harmony and peace in housekeeping which the average woman is so fearful of losing when she takes up the labor for herself. The writer used frequently to take luncheon at the house of a clever friend who cooked and served the meals. Her cooking could always be counted on as delicious, but it was the serving, that Scylla and Charybdis in one, of most women who must do entirely for themselves, that astonished and delighted one. On a side table, ready for her hand, were placed the extra dishes needed. On this, too, was room for those things only temporarily necessary on the dining table. The occasions when the hostess must rise to serve her guests were reduced by the perfection of her arrangements to a minimum. When she was compelled to visit pantry or kitchen, she left the table without a flurry and was back with the article in question almost before one realized her departure. This grace in service was partly, of course, a matter of nature, but it was largely due to trained and systematic habits of work. These oiled the wheels of housekeeping and made them run more or less smoothly. A simple menu. The woman without a maid must cultivate simplicity as well as order in her household arrangements. To do this requires some originality of soul and mind. She must model her work not upon what her neighbors and friends do, but upon what she thinks necessary to be done for the comfort and good health of herself and those dependent upon her. She must not attempt more things than she can do well. Many a young woman who starts out with joyous intention to be cook for husband and family fails in her intention by reason of planning too large a bill of fare. For beginners, at least, it is well to cut out made desserts and pretentious salads. A cream soup with a broiled steak, potatoes nicely cooked, lettuce with a French dressing, coffee and fruit, make a dinner which, if neatly served, affords nourishment and delight to the ordinary man. How much better to attempt nothing more than this, and make a success of it, than to try for roast, 2 or 3 vegetables, an intricate salad and a pudding, to have these imperfectly achieved and awkwardly served. For it goes without saying that it is much more difficult to serve an elaborate than a simple meal. Also the elaborate meal demands for serving many more dishes, and the extra dishes make added work in the dishwashing which follows a meal as the night the day. Simplicity of living must be the aim of the woman who does her own work. It is only by cultivating simplicity that she can live restfully and with the taste that makes for beauty. Dividing household tasks. In a household where no servant is employed, each member of the family should regularly perform certain duties. Where there is a family of some size, all the work should not be crowded upon the shoulders of the mistress. If one person does the dusting, another the mending, another the cooking, another the sweeping, and so on through the list of necessary employment in a household, the burden need not fall too heavily upon any one. No paid servant can feel the interest in successful achievement that rewards the effort of those who are laboring for the convenience and beauty of their own home. A household conducted on plans of the most rigid economy may still be cheerful and even charming if the member of it choose to view the matter in a sort of bohemian, picnicking spirit. If the duties are assigned with regard to the tastes and capacities of each, no real hardship is involved, and a spirit of gaiety is invoked by the concerted effort at producing comfort with the expenditure of little money. The vulgarity of pretense. An utter absence of pretense is the only graceful attitude in a home conducted in the way described. To be ashamed of the work one does, and to try to conceal it, results in an uneasy, hypocritical manner and deceives no one. "I almost opened my own door when she called on me," said a silly, snobbish, impecunious woman in telling of the visit paid by a rich resident of the neighborhood. The remark blinded no one and made the speaker ridiculous. There are books of various kinds written for the help of the woman who must get on without a maid. These often can make for a quicker and better path to her goal than she can work out alone and unaided. One of the best known stories about the great English statesman, Charles James Fox, is of his learning to carve. He determined to make a conquest of this branch of knowledge as he did of any other attempted by him. Day after day he brought to the dining table with him a book on carving, and cut the fowl or joint placed before him in accordance with the rules of the book. His subsequent beautiful carving was the result of this method, of his willingness to learn the best way of doing whatever he attempted. Help from cookbooks. Reliable books on cooking, on the relative values of foods, on sanitary housekeeping, are not hard to find, while the magazines and papers are full of happy suggestions on these and kindred themes. A woman who intends to be her own maid should possess some reliable volumes on her subject, should make her work more interesting to herself and more valuable to her family by a reference to authorities on her subject. The more one knows about the work one has in hand, the more one is apt to care for it, and enthusiasm for one's task, in its turn, begets good work. No woman on whom falls the burden of keeping her own house should feel permanently discouraged. She may learn to do her task not only with comfort but with grace. The difficulties in her way can be surmounted through experience and study. If she has a natural liking for the ordering and managing of a house, her work may become a delight. "Why do you look so sad?" said one woman to another. "Because I have a perfect maid," said the second. "All my life until recently I kept house for my husband and myself. Housekeeping was my passion as music is yours. Now my husband insists that I keep a maid. She knows her business. It would spoil her if I helped. I'm a stranger in my own kitchen. Wouldn't you be unhappy if you had no opportunity to play Chopin and Beethoven? Well, I am miserable because I can't concoct salads and soups." This testimony to the joys of housekeeping is extreme, but it may serve to cheer some beginner in domestic labor who sees only duty but no pleasure in the work. A Southern girls' party. To feel that because one is limited in means one cannot entertain is wholly mistaken. The young lady in a Southern family in aristocrat Charleston, herself the granddaughter of a governor of the state and a member of the famous St. Cecilia Society, told the writer, who was a paying guest in the simple home, how she entertained her friends. "In the morning we whip up a cake, order cream, telephone the girls, and when they come, that's the party." But her own delightful spirit of hospitality, the perfection of her breeding, were the largest element in that party's undoubted success. End of section 38.
Section 39 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland. Woman in Business Relations. The number of women who enter into business life and the number of avenues open to them for earning a living are constantly increasing, and however much we may be disposed to ridicule the agitation concerning woman's progress and the rights of woman, no fair-minded person can fail to recognize the happy changes such agitation in the last decade has wrought in the attitude of the world toward women who make their own way in it. The old-fashioned prejudice of gentility against a woman employing her powers to make money has very largely disappeared. Many a delicate-minded woman of the old school has lived in poverty or has incurred unwillingly financial obligations to family connections because of the prejudice against her doing something for herself, because of the feeling that her social position, a matter naturally of high importance to a woman, would be injured by her stepping out of the family niche and picking up something for herself on the highway open to all. She feared more even than this, perhaps the loss of those particularly feminine attributes and charms so dear to every real woman's heart. In the old-fashioned conception of a woman who worked outside of her own home, it used to be taken for granted that she must be denied social consideration and must give up her share of fun in the world. All this is now a matter of history and is recalled only for the purpose of showing the contrast between her former outlook and her present one. Except in a few ultra-fashionable communities in the United States, the social position of a woman in business is not affected unhappily by her work. Provided she has the qualities requisite for social recognition and consideration, her business is no detriment. She has the same general opportunities for social recreation that offer themselves to a man of business, and it often happens that her work gives a zest to the enjoyment of such opportunities, unknown to women of idler habits. The writer has in mind, as an example, an engaging young woman who serves most acceptably as an attendant in the public library of a Western city. Her duties keep her from 9 in the morning till 6 in the evening, but they have not, in the least, obscured her charmingly agreeable personal quality. She is much in demand. The number of her masculine admirers is large enough to excite the envy of many a girl whose father's bank account is a large one. The attention she gives to her work seems to impart an added vivacity to her playtime. Notwithstanding the fact, however, that a woman may enjoy the leisure she has for social demands as much after entering business life as before, she must not carry the little graces and amenities of society into business life. Business is business, with a woman as well as a man, and the woman who succeeds in the calling she has chosen is the one who does not attempt to mix its details with matters of a more recreative nature. She must not expect to win favors by any but the straightforward method of doing her work well. The prejudice which so long existed among men against women in business relations was partly caused by the thought that they could never forget that they were women, could never discuss work or business relations on impersonal and rational grounds. The first lesson a woman must learn in making her own way financially is to appreciate the fact that the office, the shop, whatever be her place of employment, is no place for superfluous courtesies. The cultivation of a cool, matter-of-fact, unsentimental way of looking at the work in hand is the only path to honorable achievement. What a woman wears, cheap moralists to the contrary, is always important. It is especially important in business relations because the impression she creates is, to a considerable degree, dependent upon it. The self-supporting woman, when about her work, should not dress elaborately or conspicuously. Bright colors, jewels, extreme hats should be rigidly barred from her wardrobe. She should be dressed quietly but becomingly, with exquisite neatness, and, to a reasonable extent, in the prevailing mode. A quiet elegance in style, care in the manner of putting on her clothes. These go a long way toward creating the proper appearance for the woman in business. Human nature being as it is, the properly gowned woman of business has a far better chance than the one who is dowdily dressed. The habit of many young girls in the business world of wearing sleeves that do not come to the elbow and displaying an amount of chest that would be proper only at an evening party is a serious mistake. Another mistake is the marked preference for wearing, even in winter time, white shirt-waists. If these waists are to be really fresh and fit for wear, a new one must be put on every day, and that is an expense that the wearers clearly cannot afford. Dark dresses with touches of white at neck and wrists are a much wiser choice when one must economize. It is very commonly said that men have larger interests than women, and that one reason for this lies in the fact that in their everyday work they form, naturally and easily, relations with many people, whereas a woman's relations with the world too often come through the more artificial channels of pleasure. A woman in business has the same opportunity for meeting people on real ground that a man has. She should take advantage of these openings to healthful communication with her kind. We have all come in contact with women who have been thus broadened and have realized in them a kind of attraction not to be found in women leading more secluded lives. It is well, in summing up the pros and cons of the business woman's life, to lay stress on her advantages, and the one just named is one of which she should make the most. Women, as a class, are sometimes accused of a lack of method in the performance of their tasks. This is owing to the fact that the duties of domestic life may often be performed at any hour the housekeeper chooses, and that attention to them is not rigidly fixed as to time. A business career is often an effectual remedy for desultory habits, and this is the reason that many women who have served a time as wage earners come back to housekeeping with renewed energy and ability. The best housekeepers the writer has ever known were retired women of business. They put into the tasks of the home the method, the promptness they learned in a more exacting field. However, women who are engaged the greater part of the day in offices, libraries, in shops, should not be expected to engage to any large degree in household duties. It sometimes happens that the members of a family circle, in which one woman goes out to earn her bread and butter, have little consideration for her tired state of mind and body when she leaves her work and returns to her home. They expect of her a double duty, and this is manifestly unfair. It is most important that a business woman have rest or diversion in her spare time, so that she will not get into a rut, so that she may do justice to her work. Her family should not forget that her money-making powers will be crippled by forced attention to other duties. Men are treated far more considerately in this regard than women. Nothing is allowed to interfere with the average business man's arrangements. To facilitate these, everything possible is done by his family. This may be because men are more insistent, because they have a way of demanding their rights. It would be well for women in business, well also for their families, that they should look sharp and pursue the same policy. End of section 39.
Section number 40 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland. A financial study for our young couple. 30 years ago, I held a heart-to-heart talk with reasonable, well-meaning husbands on the vital subject of the monetary relations between man and wife. I quote a paragraph, the force of which has been confirmed to my mind by the additional experience and observation of 3 more decades than were set to my credit upon the age roll when I penned the words. I have studied this matter long and seriously, and I offer you, as the result of my observation in various walks of life, and careful calculation of labor and expense, the bold assertion that every wife who performs her part, even tolerably well, in whatsoever rank of society, more than earns her living, and that this should be an acknowledged fact with both parties to the marriage contract. The idea of her dependence upon her husband is essentially false and mischievous, and should be done away with, at once and forever. It has crushed self-respect out of thousands of women. It has scourged thousands from the marriage altar to the tomb, with a whip of scorpions. It has driven many to desperation and crime. I have headed this chapter, A Financial Study for Our Young Married Couple, because I have little hope of changing the opinions and customs of the mature Benedict. Our youthful wedded pair should come to a rational mutual understanding in the first week of housekeeping as to an equitable division of the income on which they are to live together. If you, our generic John, shrink from coming down to cold business before the echoes of the wedding bells have died in ear and in heart, call the discussion a matter of marriage etiquette, and approach it confidently. And do you, Mrs. John, meet his overtures in a straightforward, sensible way, with no foolish shrinking from the idea of even apparent independence of him to whom you have entrusted your person and your happiness. It is, of course, your part to hearken quietly to whatever proposition your more business-like spouse may make as to the just partition, not of his means, which are likewise yours, but of the sums you are respectively to handle and to spend. Do not accept what he apportions for your use as a benefaction. He has endowed you with all his worldly goods, and the law confirms the endowment to a certain extent. You are a co-proprietor, not a pensioner. If, while the glamour of love's young dream envelops and dazes you, you are chilled by what seems sordid and commonplace, take the word of an old campaigner for it that the time will come when your allowance will be a factor in happiness as well as in comfort. May I quote to John another and longer extract from the 30-year-old talk concerning allowances? Set aside from your income what you adjudge to be a reasonable and liberal sum for the maintenance of your household in the style suitable for people of your means and position. Determine what purchases you will yourself make, and what shall be entrusted to your wife, and put the money needed for her proportion into her care as frankly as you take charge of your share. Try the experiment of talking to her as if she were a business partner. Let her understand what you can afford to do, and what you cannot. If in this explanation you can say we and ours, you will gain a decided moral advantage, although it may be at the cost of masculine prejudice and pride of power. Impress upon her mind that a certain sum, made over to her apart from the rest, is hers absolutely, not a present from you, but her honest earnings, and that you would not be honest were you to withhold it. And do not ask her if that will do. any more than you would address the question to any other woman. With what cordial detestation wives regard that brief query which drops, like a sentence of the creed, from husbandly lips, I leave your spouse to tell you. Also, if she ever heard of a woman who answered anything but yes. Carrying out the idea of co-partnership, should your wife exceed her allowance, running herself, and consequently you, into debt, meet the exigency as you would a similar indiscretion on the part of a young and inexperienced member of your firm. Treat the extravagance as a mistake, not a fault. Not one girl wife in 100 who has not been a wage earner has had any experience in the management of finances. The father gives the daughter money when she, or her mother, tells him that she needs it, or would like to have it. When it is gone, he is applied to for some more. She has been a beneficiary all her life, usually an irresponsible, thoughtless recipient of what is lavished or doled out to her, according to the parental whim and means. Teach her business methods, tactfully, yet decidedly. One young wife I wot of began keeping the expense book, presented to her by her husband, with these entries. January 4th. Received $75. January 6th. Spent $70.25 shopping, etc. Balance $4.75. Set down to profit and loss. After 15 years of married life, her husband died, bequeathing the whole of a large estate to her, and making her sole guardian of their 3 children, a confidence fully justified by her conduct of the affairs thus committed to her. My husband trained me patiently and thoroughly, she said to one who complimented her financial sagacity. I was an ignoramus when we were married. Then, laughingly, she related the profit and loss incident. It is the fashion to sneer at women's business methods. Who are to blame for their blunders? Should your wife play with her allowance, as a child with a new toy, let censure fall upon those who have kept her in leading strings. Teach her gradually to comprehend her responsibilities. The sense of them will steady her unless she be exceptionally feather-brained. Be she wasteful or frugal, the allowance you have made to her is as honestly hers to have, to hold or to spend, as the third of your estate, which the law will give her in the event of your death. Settlements, according to the English sense of the word, are not yet common in the United States. One American father, whose daughter was on the eve of marriage with an Englishman, ordered the prospective bridegroom out of the house when the foreigner queried innocently as to the settlements the future father-in-law intended to make upon his child. A man with a reputation for fortune-hunting had nearly rid himself of the slur by insisting that his fiancée's large estate should be settled absolutely upon herself. Her quondam guardian put a different complexion on the generous act by divulging the circumstance that the husband, by the same settlement, had made himself sole trustee of his wife's property of every description. While there are, perhaps, fewer purely mercenary marriages in our country than in any other, it cannot be denied that a large proportion of enterprising young men act, consciously or unwittingly, on the advice of the Scotchman who warned his son not to marry for money, but in seeking a wife, to gae where money is." "Is he marrying her fortune or herself?" asked one gossip of another when approaching bridal was spoken of. "They say he is very much in love with her," was the answer, uttered dubiously. "I fancy, however, that he would have repressed his passion if she were a poor girl." Which brings us to much more delicate matter than the division of the income earned or inherited by the bridegroom. It is a fact that may have much significance, or none, that the bride makes no mention of endowing her husband with all or any portion of her worldly goods. It is likewise significant that laws, of man's devising, take it for granted that her property goes with her, so that in most of our states it is his without other act of gift than the marriage ceremony. The man who marries for money has no scruples as to the acceptance and use of it. Sometimes it is squandered, sometimes, but not often, it is hoarded. Most frequently it goes into the husband's business and is invested by him for the benefit of himself and his family. The nicer issue with which we have to do is how our conscientious John, who would have married his best girl if she had not possessed one penny in her own right, is to comport himself with regard to the fortune, modest or considerable, which she brings to him as dowry. Briefly and clearly, as a trust not to be committed to the chances and changes of his individual ventures, no investment should be made of his wife's money without her knowledge and full consent. In all that he does, where her funds are involved, he should be her actuary, and what profits result from operations with her funds should be settled on herself and children. By this course alone can he retain his self-respect, his reputation as an honorable man, and certainly disabuse his wife's mind of any possible suspicion that his affection was not wholly for her. End of section 40. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 41 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland. More talk about allowances. The arrangement between husband and wife concerning money matters should be no more definite and businesslike than that subsisting between father and children. To be taught early the real value of money is a distinct assistance to financial integrity in later life. To have in one's possession, even as a child, a sum wholly one's own, conduces to a feeling of self-respect and independence. As soon as a child is old enough to know what money is, and that, for money, things are bought and sold, he should have an allowance, be it only a penny a week. Suggestions, but not commands, as to its expenditure should accompany the gift. Gradually the weekly or monthly amount should be increased, and instructions should be given as to its possible use. A child may be advised properly to divide his small funds between pleasure and charity, or between the things bought solely for his own benefit, and those for the benefit of others. The value of the expenditure, in each case being dependent on the freedom of his choice. As he grows older he should be taught to expend money for necessities. He should be trained to buy his own clothes and other personal belongings. This sort of training, often disastrously neglected, is of far more practical value than many things taught in the schools. The feeling of responsibility engendered in children or young people by trusting them with a definite amount of money for certain general purposes can scarcely fail of a happy result. It binds them to a performance of duty while it confers, at the same time, a delicious sense of freedom. An allowance for necessities gives its recipient liberty of choice in expenditure, but the choice must be judicious or the recipient suffers. This it does not take him long to find out. Many a man who refuses his sons and daughters allowances permits them to run up large bills at the various shops where they trade. Exactly what the amount of these bills will be he never knows, except that it is sure to be larger than he wishes. The children of such a man never have any ready money. They do not know what to count on, and, in consequence, not being trusted, they exercise all their ingenuity to outwit the head of the family and to trick from him exactly as much money as possible. A young woman with somewhat extravagant tendencies, who belonged to the class of the unallowanced, begged her father for a new gown. She pleaded and pleaded in vain. Finally he said if she had anything that could be made over, he would stand for the bill. This word to the wise was sufficient. She took the waistband of an old gown to her modiste, who built upon it a beautiful frock for which the likewise sent in a beautiful bill. Fortunately the daughter had a father who was a connoisseur in wit, and who would appreciate a joke even at his own expense. But the example will serve, as well as another, to illustrate the lengths to which a woman may resort when not treated as a reasonable and reasoning creature about money matters. I would rather have one half the amount of money of which I might otherwise have the use, and have it in the form of an allowance, said a young woman who was discussing with other young women the subject of expenditures. If I know what I am to have, I can spend it to much better advantage. I can exercise some method in my purchases. If I don't know, I am likely to spend a large sum on some 2 or 3 articles with the hope that more is coming. Suddenly and unexpectedly father sets his foot down on further bills, and there I am with a dream of a hat but no shoes, or with a ball gown and not a coat to my back. Money plays some part in the life of every human being belonging to a civilized nation. The question of successful and skillful expenditure is a vital question for the majority of people. It is not a question that can be solved without training. Yet we educate children in various unimportant matters, and for the most part leave this of money untouched. In no way can a child or young person be taught so readily and so quickly the proper use of money as by limiting his expenses to a certain sum, which sum he nevertheless controls. End of section 41. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 42 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland. A few of the little things that are big things. Seeing the prevalence of rudeness in human intercourse, one is forced to believe that the natural man is a cross-grained brute, that breeding and culture often convert him into a creature of gentleness, and refinement speaks volumes for the powers of such influence. The average man seems to take a savage delight in occasionally giving vent to brutal or cutting speech. To yield thus to a primal and savage instinct is to prove that breeding and refinement are lacking. There are certain business men who, during business hours, meet one with a brusque manner that would not be pardoned in a petty tradesman. If we visit them on their own business, not as intruders, it is the same. They seem to feel that a certain disagreeable humor is an indispensable accompaniment to the occasion. Such insolence is usually taken as a matter of course by the recipient, who immediately feels penitent at the thought of his intrusion. Too often the physician who is not a gentleman at heart trades on the fact that his patients regard him as a necessity, and is as disagreeable as his temper at the moment demands that he shall be. He intimates that he is so busy that he has scarcely time to give his advice, that the person he attends had no business to get ill, and in fact, makes himself generally so disagreeable it is to be wondered at that the sufferer ever calls in this man again. Yet in a drawing room, and talking to a well person, this man's manner would be charming. One sometimes feels that sick people and physicians might well be classed as patients and impatients. It is but fair to remark that, to the credit of physicians, it is not always those who have had the largest experience, or who stand at the head of their profession, who deserve to come under the above condemnation. The men to whom the world looks for advice in the matters of which they have made a study, and who are sure of their standing, are often the gentlest, the most courteous. Counting room courtesy. Our busy men have need to remember that the man who is gentle at heart shows that gentleness in counting room and office as well as in drawing room and dining room, and the fact that the person calling on him for business purposes or advice is a woman, should compel him to show the politeness which is to do and say the kindest thing in the kindest way. On the other hand, common courtesy and consideration for another demand that the person who intrudes on a man when he is busy should state his business briefly, and then take his departure. Only the busy man or woman knows the agony that comes with the knowledge that the precious moments of the working hours are being frittered away on that which is unnecessary, when necessary work is standing by, begging for the attention it deserves and should receive. Let him who would be careful on points of etiquette remember that there is an etiquette of working hours, as well as the hours of leisure and sociability. Asking questions. Perhaps the lapse from good breeding most common in general society is the asking of questions. One is aghast at the evidence of impertinent curiosity that parades under the guise of friendly interest. Interrogations as to the amount of one's income, occupation, and even as to one's age and general condition, are legion and inexcusable. Every one who writes, be he a well-known author or a penny A-liner, knows only too well the query, "What are you writing now?" and knows, too, the feeling of impotent rage awakened by this query. Yet, unless one would be as rude as one's questioner, one must smile inanely and make an evasive answer. To ask no question does not, of necessity, mean a lack of interest in the person with whom one is conversing. A polite and sympathetic attention will show a more genuine and appreciative interest than much inquisitiveness. A lack of interest in what is being told one is a breach of courtesy that is all too common. Often one sees a man or woman deliberately pick up a book or paper, open it and glance over it while his interlocutor is in the midst of a story he means to make interesting. If the conversation is interesting, it deserves the undivided attention of both persons. If what is being said is not worth attention, the listener should at least respect the speaker's intention to please. There is nothing more dampening to conversational enthusiasm or more squelching to eloquence than to find the eyes of the person with whom one is talking fixed on a book or magazine which he declares he is simply looking over, or at whose pictures he is only glancing. The good listener. A good listener is in himself an inspiration. Even if one is not attracted by the person to whom one is talking, one should assume interest. This rule also holds good with regard to the attention given to a public speaker. In listening to a preacher or to a lecturer, one should look at him steadily, not allowing the eyes to wander about the building and along the ceiling and walls. This habit of a seemingly fixed attention is easily cultivated. If one is really interested in the address, it aids in the enjoyment and comprehension of it to watch the speaker's facial play and gestures. If one is bored, one may yet fix the eyes upon the face of the person to whom one is supposed to be listening, and continue to think one's own thoughts and to plan one's own plans. And certainly the person who is exerting himself for the entertainment of his audience will speak better and be more comfortable for the knowledge that eyes belonging to some one who is apparently absorbed in his address are fixed upon him. Tactful criticism. One of the difficult things to do is to pass a criticism or make a suggestion as to the speech or manner of another person. Yet there are times when to refrain is to do the greatest unkindness to a person sincerely eager to learn. A happy solution is to include one's self, if possible, in the censure given. "I'm afraid we were all a little boisterous tonight," said a tactful woman of the world to a young girl who really had been boisterous. She caught the criticism intended, yet felt no hurt at the speaker. Talking at the telephone. Conditions under which otherwise polite persons feel that they can be rude are those attendant on a telephone conversation. With the first word many a man drops his courtesy as if it were a garment that did not fit him, and women do the same. If Central were to record all that she (it seems to be usually a she) hears, and all that is said to her, our ears would tingle. True it is, that she sometimes is surly, pert, and ill-mannered. But if she is ill-bred, that is no reason for the person talking to follow suit. Were one really amiable to arrest for profanity over the wires, the police would be kept busy if they performed their duty. But putting aside the underbred who swears, let us listen for a moment to the so-called courteous person, for he is courteous under ordinary circumstances. Scolding Central. Hello, Central. How long are you going to keep me waiting? I told you I wanted 3040 spring. Yes, I did say that. And if you would pay attention to your business, you would know it. I never saw such a worthless set as they have at the central office. Got them, did you? It's time. Hello, 3040. Is that you? Well, why the devil didn't you send that stuff around this morning? Going to, right away, are you? Well, it's time you did. What ails you people, anyway? No, Central, I'm not through, and I wish to heaven you'd let this line alone while I'm talking. And so on, ad infinitum. Is all this worth while, and is it necessary? And must women, who, as they call themselves ladies, do not give vent to express profanity, so far copy the manners of the so-called stronger sex that they scream like shrews over the telephone? Calling one day on a woman whom I had met with pleasure half a dozen times, I was the unwilling listener to her conversation with her grocer. She began by rating Central for not asking what number, as soon as the receiver was lifted from the hook. Having warmed up to business on this unseen girl, she got still more heated with the grocer at the other end of the wire. She had ordered one kind of apples, and he had sent her another, and the slip of paper containing the list of her purchases had an item of 5-cent box of matches that she had not ordered. With regard to all of which she expostulated shrilly, and with numerous exclamations that were as near as she dared to come to masculine explosives, such as "Great heavens!" "Goodness gracious!" and so forth. After threatening to transfer her custom to another grocer, and refusing to accept the apology of the abject tradesman, she compromised by saying that she would give him another trial, and hung up the receiver. Coming into the parlor and beginning a conversation once more in the even society voice I had invariably heard before from her. Courtesy pays. That the ways of telephones and the persons who operate them are sometimes trying, no one can deny, least of all the writer of this chapter, who lives in a house with one of those maddening essentials to human comfort. But the loss of temper that manifests itself in the outward speech is not a requisite of the proper appreciation and use of the telephone. It is nothing less than a habit, and a pernicious one. This way we have of talking into the transmitter. Let us remember that courtesy pays better than curses, and politeness better than profanity. If not, then let us have poorer service from Central, and preserve our self-respect. Never speak of calling on a friend on the phone. The abbreviation is vulgar, though one sometimes hears it on the lips of delightful people. But one should not make the mistake of justifying a solecism by saying Mrs. So and so says it. To study the graces and avoid the blunders of other people should be the aim of those who aspire to be well bred. In market and shop. The breeding of women is often shown by the manner she uses when shopping or marketing. Courtesy to clerks, to tradesmen of every sort, is the mark of a lady. The word used in that beautiful old-fashioned sense to which, alas! We have grown a little callous. When a customer has the right measurably to see what a shop affords before she makes a choice, she has no right to give a clerk the trouble of taking out everything when she has no intention of buying. If she gives much trouble before her decision as to a purchase is reached, she should thank the clerk in charge for his extra labor. The fact that he is paid for his time does not make this duty the less. Altercations with clerks and other subordinates in a shop are in execrable taste, and often a sign of a hysterical as well as a choleric temper. If women should be considerate in their manner towards employees of the shops where they trade, it is quite as true that clerks should be trained to civility by their employers. For instance, a part of the duty of clerks is, of course, to keep watch over the articles sold. To do this it is not necessary, however, to watch the customer as if she were a prospective thief. This attitude on the part of the clerk is not pleasant for the customer and does not encourage trade. Unwise endearments. The suspicious attitude is, however, no worse than the familiar one employed by some of the young women serving in shops. A clerk who urges a customer to buy because the article in question has proved so satisfactory in her own family, or the young woman who calls one "dearie" or "honey" as she fits a cloak upon one or manipulates one's millinery, makes a mistake. The relation between clerk and customer should always be formal and courteous on both sides. Marketing is a branch of shopping in which many women not fundamentally ill-natured have the appearance of being so. There is a kind of ugly scrutiny which many women apply to the inspection of vegetables, meat, and other edibles that is most unattractive. If these women had an idea of the way they look when they bend their hard cold eyes upon the innocent vegetables and fruits, they would, at any cost, cultivate a more agreeable manner. Beware of the marketing stare. As for a string bag, if you have one, put it in the furnace. A rudeness of which people who should know better are frequently guilty is that of criticizing a dear friend of the person to whom one is talking. This is not only ill-mannered, but unkind, and one of many flagrant violations of the Golden Rule. If a man loves his friend, do not call his attention to that friend's failings, or twit him on his fondness for such a person. He is happier for not seeing the failings, and if the friendship brings him any happiness, or makes life even a little pleasanter for him, do not be guilty of the cruelty of clouding that happiness. If the man does see the faults of him he loves, and loyally ignores him, pretend that you are not aware of the foibles toward which he would have you believe him blind. The knowledge of the peccadilloes of those in whom we trust comes only too soon. We need not hurry on the always disappointing, often bitter knowledge. Never patronize. Perhaps lack of breeding shows in nothing more than in the manner of receiving an invitation. Should a man say, patronizingly, "Oh, perhaps I can arrange to come," when you invite him to some function, write him down as unworthy of another invitation. He is lacking in respect to you and in appreciation of the honor you confer on him in asking him to partake of the hospitality you have devised. "Really," protests one man plaintively, "I am very tired. I have been out every night for 2 weeks, And now you want me for tomorrow night? I am doubtful whether I ought to come. I am so weary that I feel I need rest." The stately woman who had asked him to her house smiled amusedly. "Pray let me settle your doubts for you," she said, "and urge you not to neglect the rest nature demands. Your first duty is to her, not to me." The man was too obtuse or too conceited to perceive the veiled sarcasm, and to know that the invitation was withdrawn. Acknowledging favors. Unless one receives special permission from the person giving an invitation to hold the matter open for some good and sufficient reason, one should accept or decline a verbal invitation as soon as it is given. If circumstances make this impossible, one should apologize for hesitating, saying, "I'm so anxious to come that I'm going to ask your permission to send you my answer later, after I ascertain if my husband has no engagement for that evening," or some such form. The hostess will readily grant such a request. It may seem far-fetched to speak of ingratitude as a breach of etiquette, but the lack of acknowledgment of favors is very much like it. The man who accepts all done for him as his due, who forgets to thank you in return for the trifling favors, is not a gentleman, in that respect, at least. The young men and young women of to-day are too often spoiled or heedless, taking pretty attentions offered them as matters of course, and as their right. In this miscellaneous chapter it may be well to enforce what is said elsewhere with regard to the respect every man should show to women. For instance, every man who really respects the women of his family will remove his hat when he enters the house. There are, however, men who kiss these same women with covered heads. In a well-known play, acted by a traveling company some years ago in a small town, the hero, standing in a garden, told the heroine he loved her, was accepted by her, and bent to kiss her without removing the conventional derby from his blond pate. All sentiment was destroyed for the spectators when irate Hibernian accents sounded forth from the gallery with, "Suppose ye take off your hat, ye ill-mannered blokey." The Irishman was in the right. A word to the shy. I would say a word to those who, through bashfulness or self-consciousness, do the things they ought not to do, and leave undone those things which they ought to do. They are so uncomfortable in society, so afraid of not appearing as they should, and so much absorbed in wondering how they look and act, and wishing that they did better, that they are guilty of the very acts of omission and commission they would guard against. If I could give one rule to the bashful it would be, forget yourself and your affairs in interest in others and their affairs. Be so fully occupied noticing how well others appear and trying to make everybody about you comfortable, that you have no time to think of your behavior. You will then not be guilty of any flagrant breach of etiquette. The most courteous women I have ever known, those whose manners were a charm to all whom they met, were those who were self-forgetful and always watching for opportunities to make other people comfortable. Such are the queens of society. Undue self-criticism. If you do make a mistake, take consolation from the fact, which will be apparent to you in time, that others do the same. Perfect good breeding is a state to which few attain absolutely. One should not make oneself thoroughly unhappy by too constant self-criticism, for to do this is to disobey, paradoxically, a fundamental societal law. The old negro who, when asked to describe what he meant by "quality folks," expressed this law when he answered, "Quality never doubts theirselves." The beginner must doubt, but he should not agonize about it. Talking shop. Talking shop is usually alluded to as a decided breach of etiquette. In many cases it is so, yet there are people who are never so entertaining as when doing this very thing, and there are companies in which it is entirely proper they should do it. One must use discretion. Certainly, no one should be forced to talk of his daily work if he evidently prefers not to do so. Physicians in particular should not be compelled to play the professional when they are trying to relax socially. A party is not the place for propaganda. The hostess who may be an ardent advocate of votes for women should be sure that all her guests share her views before she dogmatically propounds them. She may indeed politely introduce the topic, and if she merely does this, no one present has a right to take offense or should hesitate in the same spirit to speak of her own view. But the subject is likely to prove dangerous. The writer has seen charming women utterly lose control of themselves, and all but maul one another over a discussion on equal suffrage. A social mistake to be avoided is that of being touchy. To be so occasions one great unhappiness and leads to serious mistakes in conduct. Do not allow yourself to find slights or affronts in the demeanor of those with whom you are thrown unless there is real foundation for the feeling. The mental attitude of fancying that others intend to wound us grows if it is indulged in and finally leaves us hopelessly out of key. Cordial greetings. One of the most valuable of social acquisitions is the habit of greeting people in a delightful way. Learn to say "Good morning" audibly, heartily, as if you mean it. Unless one means to be very informal, one should add the name "Good morning, Mrs. Smith." We all know men and women who possess this grace of salutation which lingers happily on those on whom it is bestowed. In meeting people for the first time one should take pains to get their names exactly right. There is something very personal in one's feeling about one's name, and one has a right to have it spoken and written as one elects. If a man is named Davies, he can not be blamed for resenting it if people indifferently address him as Mr. Davis. If people who make introductions would take more trouble to speak the name distinctly, this would help greatly. If the name is indistinctly uttered, you may say, "Pardon me, I did not understand the name," which will generally bring forth a clear repetition. Small matters, such as quiet breathing, betoken gentlehood. Flowers, if one is inhaling their perfume, should be treated delicately. The face should not be buried in them. Remember Browning's word, "Any nose may ravage with impunity a rose." It is frequently said that the weather, as a topic of conversation, is tabooed. But how charmingly Chesterton has defended it! There are very deep reasons for talking about the weather. It is a gesture of primal worship. To begin with the weather is a pagan way of beginning with prayer. Then it is an expression of that elementary idea in politeness, equality. in that we all have our hats under the dark blue spangled umbrella of the universe. Surely, after reading so fine a plea, no one need fear to begin the morning's conversation with a word on the weather. Getting off a streetcar. One of the things that most women need to learn is the correct way of getting off a streetcar, which is to step off with the right foot, facing front, which saves awkwardness in every case and sometimes, if the car starts too soon, an accident. Nothing more absolutely marks a lady than her manner toward her social inferior. She is kindly but never patronizing. A woman who was once being fitted for new shoes, and who had inquired of the clerk who waited on her how his family were. The man had been at his post for many years, and she called him by name, turned to a woman acquaintance who was waiting her turn and said explanatorily, "I always speak to the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker." If this was her custom, why apologize for it? At the hotel table. When strangers are served at the same table in a hotel, they should bow and say "Good morning" or "Good evening" on sitting down and on leaving. This polite custom, often ignored in America, is universal abroad. If one wishes to ask a social favor, such as a card for a friend to a ball to which you yourself have been asked, or a letter of introduction, it is better to make the request by note if possible, as this gives the other person more freedom to refuse if that seems necessary. When one alludes to an entire family by name, respect requires that the article "the" be prefixed. One's friends are "the Smiths," "the Browns," etc. Overwhelming compliments. Profuse compliment is as much to be avoided as undue or untactful criticism. We are annoyed by those who persistently overwhelm us with admiring comment. On the other hand, one should not hesitate to speak a sincere word that will give pleasure. One may without apology tell a friend that her new hat is unusually becoming or her dress artistic. There are people who pride themselves on never saying anything disagreeable, and they succeed in being so very often and quite unconsciously because they lack savor. Arthur Benson, the English essayist, has amusingly pointed out how dull society would be if we turned it into a chorus of indiscriminate praise on how delightful A is, what a charming person is B, how altogether lovely is C. Perhaps the wisest rule is to draw a sharp line between those who are entitled in a strict sense to the all-devoted attitude of affection, and those whom we merely like and find entertaining. Even the most patent faults and shortcomings of the former must be sacred. A friend conceals the weakness of a friend. Of the second class one may speak frankly, though of course always in taste and without malice. End of section 42. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Section 43 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by TracyB. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland. Chapter 43. On Manner. While it is important to master the minutiae that govern the conduct of social life, it is well to remember that good manner is to be desired even above good manners. Not what she says, But the way she says it was the clever explanation made by an experienced society woman of the charm of a debutante. No one doubts this for a moment. One only has to recall the impression made now and then by a fine-mannered workman or a countrywoman who has never attended a function in her life. Such persons, by virtue of native dignity of bearing, by a beautiful simplicity and kindness of heart toward all men, would be home in any assembly worthy to receive them. One can fancy that Stella, whom Dean Swift loved, would have been at ease in any society even if she lacked her protector's instructions and fostering care. We are told that she has civility, repose, and humor, 3 great qualities that make for social success. A well-known woman describing those who possessed savoir-faire says, "They have the genius of tact to perceive, the genius of finesse to execute, ease and frankness of manner, a knowledge of the world that nothing can surprise, a calmness of temper that nothing can disturb, and a kindness of disposition that can never be exhausted." Learning to talk well. To learn to talk well and to listen well and to do either with grace as the conversational situation demands is a real accomplishment. One writer on the subject of conversation has given excellent advice. Socialize every thought before you utter it. In other words, one should bear in mind as vividly as possible the probable direction and extent of the sympathies and interests of the person to whom one is speaking, and endeavor not to let his words go far afield from those sympathies and interests. Conversation is essentially a partnership game, and as in playing golf, the one who is talking should not get too far away from his listener. There have been people like Coleridge who did not converse, but who spoke habitually in monologues and spoke so brilliantly that society was glad to listen. With ordinary men and women, however, there should be a give and take. In listening, try to catch plumply a ball tossed to you, and in return, try to pitch your own ball, neither too high nor too low, too soft nor too hard. It is not necessary, in order to be pleasant, to make oneself what Emerson has happily called a mush of concession. Do not be afraid to have convictions of your own and at the proper moment to express them clearly. At the same time, one should avoid a dogmatic manner and any assumption that one's own view is the only view worth having. The saying, "Stick your opinions in nobody's sleeve," is to the point. Utter your own ideas frankly, but do not force their acceptance on anyone. Even a good idea is likely to lose by any suggestion of insistence. It is well to make frequent use of the question form in the beginning of a new topic of discussion, to ask, "Do you admire Forbes Robertson?" rather than, "I admire Forbes Robertson because," etc. In the one case, you courteously include in your talk the one whom you are addressing, and in the other, you simply use him as an audience for your own benefit. People who are given to the latter form are usually those who are fond of talking constantly, which, it may be remarked, is a dangerous thing to do. The man or woman who says a great deal at one time is pretty sure to say something he will be sorry for. Besides, from a strategic point of view, the man who is always talking himself does not learn. He has no chance to be finding where the other person stands, while all the time he is setting himself up as a target. A great teacher once said, "A wise man will hear and will increase learning." A love of harmony. Not to talk constantly of oneself and one's affairs is, of course, a fundamental rule of good breeding, and yet there are persons who know how to talk about themselves on occasions when it is proper to do so, in a delightful way, because they have the instinct for speaking simply and without conceit. To speak of one's ills of any sort is ordinarily a mistake. Consume your own smoke. To walk gently, humbly, and if possible gaily with other men is a charming rule for social conduct. One should be a lover of harmony. To differ abruptly from the one who is speaking may, in rare instances, be necessary, but only then. After all, the person who is agreeable is one who agrees. While one may not share one's neighbor's views in the whole, one may often seize on some point of it with which to sympathize, and on which to set the seal of one's approval. The clergyman who, at an evening party, where a well-known woman had read the paper on Sir Oliver Lodge and his experiments in the occult, vehemently denounced all occultism, doubtless felt that his office demanded this attitude, but he made his hostess and the other guests exceedingly uncomfortable. If anyone introduces a topic, the reasonable inference is that he is interested in that topic, and remark number 2 from you should not throw cold water on it. Do not merely listen, but attend. Stretch mentally toward your companion. Be with him in thought. Find out where people are and meet them there. Only in this way will you yourself gain the full measure of what the other person has to give and be able to reply to the finer points of his remark. A good rule in conversation is, when in doubt, keep still. Never be betrayed into talking merely because you are nervous. Arthur Vincent speaks somewhere of the unhappy spectacle made by the shy man who attempts to cover his shyness by garrulity. When you do speak, take all the time there is. That is to say, do not feel hurried or flurried. Speak when you speak without fear and with dignity. Never press unduly any slight advantage you may acquire in conversation. Your companion is not your victim, nor are you to shine as his superior. A fine manner is made up of slight sacrifices. If, in spite of yourself, you are drawn into a heated, wordy, and futile argument, you are justified in assenting to any claims whatsoever your unwise companion may make. It was the practice of Stella, says one of her biographers, to agree with such persons, as she said, to save noise. The telling of stories. If you attempt to tell a story, be sure in the first place that it is worth telling, and in the second place that you know it thoroughly, and in the third place that you tell it reasonably well. But the social company that is transformed into a succession of good stories does not represent the highest social plane. A particularly good story is always desirable if it comes in naturally to point some phase of a discussion that is in progress. But a run of stories represents an intellectual descent. In whatever you are telling or describing, beware of too much detail. Remember the French proverb, "To tell all is to be tedious." Serenity and gentleness. Cheerfully accord the other person the last word in any discussion, giving your own view once quietly, and if it does not arouse interest, do not insist on it. Never raise your voice to command attention. Never spoil a fine moment by any disagreeable allusions. There are always some people who have the gift for introducing the subject of ptomaine poisoning during the fish course, or who, on an outing, make all of the other women uncomfortable by talking about snakes. Remember that comparisons are dangerous and that superlatives are also often the forerunner of embarrassment. Be prepared for surprises and do not allow them to throw you off your balance. Never allow yourself to become a fuss budget. Serenity is one great element of social charm. Du Maurier tells us that TracyB knew when to speak and when to keep silent. George Meredith, in his delightful romance, Sandra Belloni, says of Sandra, "She moved softly, as if she loved everything that she touched." A certain softness of manner is undoubtedly a large part of attractiveness, but the sharp edge of self-assertion destroys. The gentleness of Hamlet's unhappy love is shown in the warning spoken before one of her entrances. "Soft you now the fair Ophelia." Remember, says a modern writer on voice training, that every time you speak, you touch someone with your voice. Beware of giving out violent opinion before knowing where the other person stands. This does not mean that you should be untrue to your own beliefs, but that you should, with one newly met, cast about for at least a plank on which you two may stand in friendly relation. It is the people who most accurately measure the common ground between them and the other people who make the most and the happiest friendships. Never command even one who is paid to serve you. The same words, in the form of a request, are equally effective and much more credible to you and grateful to the persons to whom they are spoken. English servants invariably say, "Thank you," for any information or direction given them. But this smacks of servility, and one hopes the custom will not be taken up in this country. Never begin a conversation with "say," as "Say, Marjorie." In a group conversation, be careful to include by voice and glance everyone in it. Say goodbye to all. Finally, be sure, as Emerson says, that people like a room better with you in it than out of it. And when you leave a room, learn to do it in a way that adds to the pleasure your presence has already given. Do not, for one thing, neglect to say goodbye to everyone present, if the number is small. The grace with which some people take leave amounts to an art. Someone has recorded with delight the exquisite laughing farewells of Mrs. Browning. End of section 43. Recording by Tracy Butterick.
Section 44 of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Daniel, New York City. Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland. Self-help and observation. To the uninstructed, socially, the bare rules and conventions regulating social life seem often meaningless and arbitrary. A careful consideration of these conventions, such as it has been the aim of this book to give, shows that no one of them is without a reason for its being. The classification, however, of social forms, together with the reasons governing these forms, does not provide a body of knowledge sufficient to serve as a guide in the manner of comporting oneself easily and to advantage socially. There are many situations and points of behavior that it is impossible for a book of etiquette to cover. The laws laid down are only a small social capital. They discuss the more obvious matters of social contact. Numerous points, and these of the finer sort, must be left without comment. In the treatment of these points and problems, the person desirous of solving them properly must rely largely on his own good sense. One must apply to social exigencies the same methods of reasoning that one applies in meeting the other exigencies of life. In a word, one must resort to the principle of self-help. Much, too, and this in the pleasantest fashion, may be done to extend one's knowledge of good form by observation of people who have unusual tact and social discrimination. In every city, town, and village, there are such persons who are distinguished above their fellow citizens by social instinct, by the talent for performing gracefully and acceptably the offices of society. In differing degrees, but still perceptibly, these people, like the painter, the musician, the poet, are marked by a taste and a thirst for perfection. To render social life as interesting, as charming, as beautiful as possible, to make the social machinery run smoothly and without friction, this is their aim. Such people give quality to social intercourse. They observe the little amenities of life with grace. They know how to enter a room and how to leave it. They convey by the bow with which they greet one on the street the proper degree of acquaintanceship or friendship. They dress with propriety. They take by the forelock in the adoption of new devices for the entertainment of their friends. Their parties are the prettiest. Their houses are the most popular. Not necessarily clever of speech, they are clever in small and charming activities. They have a marked talent for all the little graces that make social intercourse easy and delightful. This talent, of course, cannot be communicated, but much may be learned by watching its operation. Certainly, one can gain from it a knowledge of particulars, of how to perform certain definite acts, even if the conquest of the method is impossible. It is not difficult in any community to discover people who approach, more or less, nearly the type described. They have a recognized distinction. To watch them, and by this means to wrest from them, a part at least of their secret, is the surest way for the individual, timid or unversed socially, to discover his own social power and to increase it. Doubtless, some of those who read this book may be disposed to ask why, in social life, so much stress is laid on comparatively small matters, and why one cannot do as one pleases. To these, we recommend Gilbert Hamerton's delightful essay, Custom and Tradition, addressed, quote, to a young gentleman who had firmly resolved never to wear anything but a gray coat. End quote. We quote briefly, the penalties imposed by society for the infraction of very trifling details of custom are often, as it seems, out of all proportion to the offense. But so are the penalties of nature. Nature will be obeyed. Society will be obeyed. Society does not desire to exclude you because you will not wear evening dress, but the dress is customary, and your exclusion is merely a consequence of your nonconformity. The view of society goes no farther in this than the artistic conception, not very delicately artistic perhaps, that it is prettier to see men in black coats regularly placed between ladies round a dinner table than men in gray coats or brown coats. The uniformity of custom appears to represent uniformity of sentiment. Society does not argue the point with you, but only excludes you. The end. End of section 44. Recording by David Daniel. End of Marion Harland's Complete Etiquette by Marion Harland.